Tēnā tātou katoa, we seek wisdom, understanding, insights into the views and circumstances of others, strength to seek what we believe in, humility to accept the combined decisions of others, patience, good humour at all times, tolerance and courtesy, while working in the best interests of our community. So once again, councillors, welcome to the June governing body, and I will begin by asking Sandra to do a roll call, and in doing that, welcome her back from her trip around the South Island. And there's a small message for councillors. Sandra's daughter and grandson are arriving this afternoon from Melbourne. She hasn't seen them for 2 years, and she said, can councillors please be concise today so she can get away and meet them at the airport? So look, wouldn't do it for anybody else, Sandra, but would do it for you. So if you can read the roll call, please.
Thank you very much. Morena, ngā mihi o Matariki, te Tauhou Māori. Mayor Goff, you're here. Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Present.
Councillor Bartley.
Morena.
Morena. Councillor Casey.
Morena Sandra.
Morena. Councillor Collins.
Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora. Councillor Coombe.
Atamarie Sandra.
Atamarie. Councillor Cooper.
Aye.
Thank you. Councillor Dalton will be late. Councillor Darby. No.
Hold on, mate. I just.
Yep, that's right. Can you hear what's going on?
Councillor Filipina.
Morena.
Morena. Councillor Fletcher.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Hills.
Morena, everyone. Chris just texted, Darby just texted and said he can't get connected, so I hope or assume he's restarting. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Mulholland.
Good morning, present.
Good morning. Councillor Newman.
Good morning, Sandra.
Good morning. Councillor Sayers.
Yes, thank you, Sandra. Good morning to all.
Good morning. Councillor Simpson.
Welcome back, Sandra. Morena, morning, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Walker.
Good morning, Sandra.
Good morning. Councillor Watson.
Hi there, Sandra.
Morning. Councillor Young.
Kia ora, happy Matariki.
Thank you. And back to you, Mayor Phil.
Thank you very much for that, Sandra. If I could now call on Councillor Sharon Stewart just to acknowledge the passing of a former member of the Manukau Council, Ken Yee. Over to you, Sharon.
Yes, thank you for giving me that time to acknowledge the passing of Ken Yee. He was a much respected and loved former councillor of Manukau Council. He passed away on the 19th of June. Ken was also a lawyer. He was also a very loyal supporter of the National Party for many, many years, since he was very young. But one of the things that I'll always remember Ken for, we had a reserve that, well, it was private land at that stage, on where the Crawford Reserve is. I can remember they were going to build 12-storey apartment block back in the early 2000s on that site, and Councillor Yee and I went into Sir Barry Curtis's office, and we asked if we could put a motion that we could purchase the land. It used to be the old bus depot, and for anybody that doesn't know where Crawford Reserve is, as you come down Picton Street, Ridge Road into Picton Street, it's the first view you see of the ocean, and it's just absolutely stunning. So that is something that I think the people of Howick have got an awful lot to thank the likes of Ken Yee and Sir Barry Curtis, and I'd also like to acknowledge Councillor Al Filipina. He was also, I think, no, maybe it was a bit before your time, Alf, with the Crawford Reserve, but anyway, I'd just like to acknowledge it's a great loss to the people of Howick, and my thoughts are with Ken's family and friends at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Sharon. And yeah, we acknowledge all of those that have served in various public roles and who have now passed on and who have made contributions to our community and to our city. We come now to apologies. I have one apology for lateness from Councillor Angela Dalton. Do we have any other apologies, Sandra? So I'll just ask somebody, Councillor Cooper, to second that we accept the apology. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. The next is declaration of interest. Are there any councillors that need to declare any interest in today's proceedings?
Yes, Mayor. I want
Simpson.
to speak. I'd like to talk item C1. I've checked on any potential conflict of interest with legal, who have advised me I do not need to be precluded from voting, but I will talk further on this item if required.
Thank you very much. Because it's under confidential, if there were any questions around that, that could be raised when we get to the item. We come now to confirmation of minutes. We've got two sets of minutes to confirm. The ordinary meeting of the 26th of May 2022 and the extraordinary governing body meeting of the 7th of June 2022. Can I ask for somebody to move that? Councillor Young has moved and Deputy Mayor Cashmore has seconded. Are there any matters arising out of the minutes? If not, I'll put that resolution that we confirm those minutes. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. The next item is petitions. There are no petitions today. There is no public input. There is no local board input. And I've received no notification of any extraordinary item. So we come to item number 9 on the order paper, which is Auckland Council's submission on the Water Services Entity Bill. Just so we can put the motion on the table, I'll move. Can I ask Councillor Cooper to second that motion? We have in attendance today Denise O'Shaughnessy, who's in the room with us, Megan Tyler, who's also in the room with us, and online Claire Gomez, Meredith Webb and Jason Isherwood. The purpose of today's item is to endorse the development of a submission on the government's first Three Waters Bill, which was introduced, I think, about 10 days ago and is now open for submissions, but submissions close on the 22nd of July, which means that we need to delegate authority here. Having said that, the submission as proposed in the paper will closely follow the decision by the governing body, I think back in October. I'll just double check that. Last year. September. Yep. Nearly right. And also the minority report that I've circulated to councillors and that you've had the chance to read. But we will circulate this submission when it's complete to councillors to give you a chance for any final feedback. But what we're being asked to do today is to endorse the approach that we're taking, and it's the approach that we as a council have consistently taken right from the start of the Three Waters process. And consistency is always a good thing, so we will continue to, with your agreement, to take that approach in making submissions to the government. The submission will need to be clear and strong on what we support, but just as importantly, what we don't support in terms of the governance arrangements. So I think we have a presentation from Denise. So can I ask you to share that on screen? I presume everybody's got it. and we'll go through that, and then there'll be the opportunity, as always, for questions and then for comment. So Denise, over to you.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. So the subject of today's report is the Water Services Entity Bill, but often also referred to as Bill 1. So this bill establishes the water services entities and their functions, and it sets out the ownership, governance and accountability arrangements. Importantly, it also puts in place what's necessary to effectively transition to the new entities, so it sets that up. The bill will be going through the select committee process, and they're aiming for royal assent by December. There is a second bill which will be introduced to the House, we understand, in September or October, and that will contain much more of all the detail required to make those water service entities operational. So the transfer of assets and liabilities and the powers and functions and any pricing and charging arrangements. So submissions on that bill are likely to be called for around October through to December this year. And then seeking royal assent, we understand, by July next year. There is a third bill around economic regulation and consumer protection, and Council submitted on the discussion document on that matter late last year, if you recall. We've got less clarity on the timing of that or how that's progressing. That's been led by a different ministry, but Council has supported the need for an economic regulator to oversee the water service entity. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of the context of all of the legislation which is involved in setting up these entities. So the water services entities will be co-owned by the territorial authority owners, and shares will be allocated to those territorial authority owners on a population basis, so 1 share per 50,000 people. The shares are intended to protect against privatisation, but although they are shares, they don't really confer any of the usual rights that you would associate with a shareholding, so they can't be sold or transferred, and decision-making rights aren't weighted by the number of shares that any particular territorial authority owner has. There are 2 tiers of governance. Firstly, the regional representative group, which has an equal number of territorial authority owners and mana whenua. That group, the regional representative group, or the RRG, appoints and removes the board members of the new entities through a board appointment committee, and it sets the remuneration policy as well. It also has a role in setting strategic direction through a statement of strategic and performance expectations, and the board of the entity must give effect to that. Just a note on who can be on a regional representative group. So it can be elected members, it can be a CE, chief executive, or it can be a senior manager who's considered to have the requisite skills to sit on that group. The board of the entity is a professional skills-based board. It's appointed on around 4 main criteria. The board members are accountable to the RRG, and that accountability and their performance is assessed on the basis of their annual statement of intent that they issue. A regional representative group, regional representatives, or elected members from the territorial authority owners can't sit on the board. They cannot be board members. So the exact nature and composition of that regional representative group will be set in constitution, so it's not in the legislation or the bill that we've got at the moment. The representation and governance working group that the Mayor was a member of recommended bespoke arrangements for the Northern Water Services entity as shown on the slide, and we understand that this has been agreed and will be included in the model constitution or first constitution. The other element of these arrangements I wanted to note was the establishment or the provision of 4 regional advisory panels. So this is a new thing since the exposure draft of the legislation was released last year, and that's really to ensure greater community representation, and these again must have equal representation of mana whenua and the councils in the area. There will be a single constitution for each water services entity, and that constitution will be set in regulations, but it can subsequently be amended by the RRG. It's obviously a very important document. It sets out all the procedures for meetings and appointments of chairs or co-chairs, funding for remuneration expenses, etc. And that constitution covers the RRG, the regional advisory panels, and the boards of the entities. There's probably more clarity in terms of what we would be looking to talk about in the submission. We'd be seeking more clarity on that constitution. There are a number of things that the water services entities must do. They must give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi principles and to Te Mana o Te Wai. And they also must set out a response in their plans to Te Mana o Te Wai statements, which can be issued by the relevant iwi or hapu. They will need to have a focus on consumer and community engagement. They're required to establish one or more consumer forums, and then on an annual basis they must undertake a consumer stocktake, which really shows how the entity's responding to the views that the consumers and communities have put forward, and they must make that information publicly available. They also, as we're familiar with the CCOs, must prepare a statement of intent annually. One change from the exposure draft is that that statement of intent has been separated out into strategic, operational and financial elements, and the strategic elements of that statement of intent are to be approved by the RRG. The entities must also prepare an asset management plan, a funding and pricing plan, and a 30-year infrastructure strategy. And in preparing those documents, they must engage with the territorial authority owners and the consumers and communities. There's no indication in the bill about how those documents integrate with the council's documents and council's processes. So again, that's probably something we would want to look at in the bill, or where there's alignment or timing around the release of those documents. So as I said at the beginning, the bill sets out the ability for the transition to happen, if you like. So the Minister will appoint establishment boards and an establishment chief executive for a 2-year term. And that the chief executive of DIA, or of the department as it's referred to in the legislation, will determine which employees transfer over. One important point to note is that the establishment chief executive will have responsibility for preparing an allocation schedule, and that's of assets and liabilities that would transfer to the new entity. At this stage in the legislation, there's no requirement to engage with territorial authority owners on that schedule. The department chief executive may also prepare a water services plan, and this plan really sets out how the processes of identifying the functions and staff and assets and liabilities that might transfer and the timing for doing that happen. So the allocation schedule is identifying the particular things, and the water services plan is setting up the process for how that will happen. DIA will have oversight powers similar to during the Auckland amalgamation in terms of decisions related to water services provisions. So in terms of the annual plan and amendment to the LTP, policies or plans under the LGA, assets, purchase or disposal of assets and contracts. So the next steps, we will draft a submission and work across the council group to do that, working on the basis of the previous resolutions of the governing body and the Mayor's minority report, and also looking at the specific provisions in the bill to ensure that any concerns we have are noted in that submission. And finally, the recommendations as in your report.
Thank you very much for that, Denise. Just to remind members of the governing body that as well as the paper, we have as attachments the Water Services Entity Bill, all 134 pages of it. So we'll have a 5-minute test at the end of it to see who have read it. We have the memo of the 8th of June from Denise, setting out the bill and the changes that have been made since the exposure draft. And at Appendix C, we've got 3 council resolutions which will form the basis of our submission. The first going back to 2018 through the Environment and Climate Change Committee, the second on the 28th of August 2020 from the governing body, and the most recent, which will be the most relevant, the governing body resolutions that I think were passed by 19 out of 20 out of 21 votes on the 23rd of September 2021, and then a copy of my minority report that is attached that you will have seen earlier. But they're all part of the documentation here so that you've got it all in one place. So let's go first of all to questions, and I have the first question from Councillor Daniel Newman. Daniel.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and you can probably add my support to this as well. But can I just? I'm trying to digest this bill, not literally, but in its design. Can I just understand in terms of billing? Does this new water entity bill directly, or does it bill via council?
Thank you, Councillor Newman. So there is no detail in the current legislation in terms of how the billing will happen. That's what we expect to see in the second bill, which is around September or October this year.
Okay. Yeah. Well, no, I reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
I think I understand the point you want to make, Councillor Newman. If we are not controlling this entity, we don't want to create the impression of control by having Auckland Council at the top of the bill. It will be a rating by the Northern Water Services entity. Whether they use our mechanism or not, I don't know, but we want to make it absolutely clear that this is not it will not be a water rate set or determined by this council. It will be a rate paid to the separate entity that will cover from North Cape through to the southern boundary of Auckland Council. Right. Second question is Councillor John Watson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just two questions, and one on that water rate. In terms of the submissions content, we have been told, and indeed Aucklanders have been given some pretty precise indications as to the financial benefits of this reform. So, the government forecast, for instance, suggesting Auckland water bills could fall as low as $803 by 2051. And, it was the Water Industry Commission of Scotland who arrived at that very precise figure. We have other comments that have been on the public record going to water bills being, 30% lower by 2031, which is, relatively short period of time away. So in any of this, is there any intention to seek some sort of commitment to these figures that are very precise figures that have been used by way of justification for this reform?
I don't think through our submission we can seek precise figures because they don't exist. In fact, if you look at my minority report, I begin on the investment and balance sheet separation by saying there's insufficient evidence for establishing that these 4 water entities will deliver the efficiency gains the government is expecting. So I'm personally sceptical about the degree of benefit. One aspect of benefit that may be correct is that if the water services entity does actually have the ability to borrow more and spread the cost more intergenerationally, then that would take some of the pressure off current bills. But again, I'm a little sceptical about how to what degree the water services entity, with its overheads, will feel that it does have the capacity to borrow a whole lot more. We can look at, because the specific detail I don't think is in this bill, Denise. You've looked at it carefully. I mean, we can indicate a degree of concern in the submission as to whether it will. We can welcome the fact that this might achieve greater levels of investment, and that will be absolutely vital to other councils around the country that are too small to invest adequately. But I don't, because it's not specifically in the bill, there won't be a provision in the bill that we can direct that towards. But that doesn't stop us saying we are concerned as to whether the level of efficiencies and benefits set out in the bill for Auckland will deliver the results intended. My personal belief that for other areas where, Kaipara District Council, 27,000 people, they are going to be benefited, but I'm not so sure about Auckland. So if that's what you were looking for, just a general comment or a repeat of the assurances given and the expectations that those assurances will be delivered upon, might be appropriate to put in the submission if that's what you'd like.
So I guess my concern is, Mr. Mayor, is that if not in the exact wording of the bill, certainly in all the government commentary that goes to the bill, this has been a major focus in terms of trying to sell the whole program. And it seems to me, if there's not some attempt made to tie that down, then we all know what's going to happen. I agree with you, your comments on this potentially growing into a massive, big bureaucracy where there won't be the savings. So I guess, for my part, I'd like to see that really clearly signalled and some some assurance sought. Otherwise, we're just playing a game where that's being put up as a convenient justification, where there might well be no intention or no ability rather to actually fulfil that. As far as the process goes, and I'm just looking at our resolutions here today, so we're being asked today to endorse the development of this submission. We're getting various attachments going to resolutions passed and whatnot. So my reading of that is that the actual resolution itself, the submission itself, won't be coming back to us for approval, which seems to me to be rather unusual. We usually approve a submission that we get to see, but that's not what's happening here, is it?
On the matter of process, obviously, we don't have a governing body before that, but as I mentioned in my introductory comments, we will be circulating the submission, and you'll be able to look at that and make comments back to us prior to the finalisation of the submission. But the submission, it's not unusual actually for us to do submissions on government legislation in this way. There's been lots of them while I've been here, but the submission will follow very consistently resolutions that this body has already passed and has on record.
Yeah, I understand that, but that doesn't really answer my point, is that we won't see the submission. We may be able to go back forwards with comments and what that may or may not translate into, who knows. So the exact form of the submission, i.e. the submission, we're not going to get to see, to read and to see if, in our view, there's appropriate emphasis or whatever. I mean, it's been satisfactory thus far, but that's really giving an approval to a submission that we've been told what the general outline of what will be informing it, but we won't be seeing the submission. So from my point of view, that's not satisfactory. We've known the state's been coming for a while. So, that could have been catered for in this process. So that's what I'm signalling my discomfort with.
Well, two things. You will see the submission. I made that point very clearly. And secondly, we've known this, the bill's been coming for some time, but until we see the bill, which was 10 days ago, we don't have the opportunity to take it to a committee. This is the first committee after the introduction of a bill within just over a week of the bill being introduced. So this is the first opportunity that we have to bring it to you. And on actually it was probably just a little bit longer, maybe 2 weeks ago, because you had the paper from Denise, I think dated the 8th of June on it. But you will get to see the submission, and we'd welcome any comments that you wanted to make on that before we finalise it, John. Okay.
I understand that, Mr. Mayor, and that's fair enough. We're getting to see it, but our approval in the formal manner won't be catered for in this timeline. That's my concern.
Yeah, and that's why it's so important that this submission is consistent with things that you've already voted on, and that we have the governing body on record as having approved of. So actually, more than any other probably piece of legislation, this will have been examined, discussed and worked through by the governing body, which we've done on a couple of occasions. But Denise, you've got a comment you'd like to make.
Oh, thank you. It was just to make a comment on the previous point. Note D in paragraph 86, which refers to the minority report, talks about the being insufficient evidence that establishing the new entities will deliver the efficiency gains that the government's expecting. So that that point will be used as a basis for drafting the submission.
Yeah, that's on page 204.
Sorry, I haven't got the page number of the agenda.
I've got it right in front of me. So it's
just
page
before
204.
paragraph 87. Yeah.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Denise, with this first tranche of this legislation, our water care contracts services to North Waikato, yet North Waikato in the future will probably be part of Entity B. At what point of time will that have to change? Is it part of this bill or is it 2024?
Thank you. That's a good question. So this bill does provide for that oversight factor that the DIA would need to approve any decisions made around contracts. So I imagine, and it's they're seeking royal assent by December. So I imagine that consideration will need to be given from that point. But Megan, did you want to comment on that?
Thank you for the question. I'm not sure I can provide too much more clarity, but this bill doesn't enforce or require any change to any existing situations. And of course, in theory, assuming all of these bills go through, the new entities are established in July 2024. So clearly between now and 2024, there will be work done through the the establishment unit, this director or the CE around contracts. But this bill itself doesn't change anything. There may well be changes in the future. We're not sure what that looks like or when.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's important, that all existing contracts remain as they are until such time as the legislation changing that goes through, but a good point. Councillor Wayne Walker.
For a couple of questions. The first one is just around the position that the community has taken on this, because we did seek feedback from the community. My recollection is that there was overwhelming community support opposed to this bill and this process. Is that correct, Denise?
Well, it is correct, and we made that point and we forwarded those results directly to the Minister. And I raised that. I think maybe Councillor Coombe and Deputy Mayor Cashmore were there when we had a meeting with Cabinet and Local Government New Zealand, online meeting, and I reinforced those points again. So that will be in our submission, Councillor, saying we have gone out, we've consulted with our people, we have polled our people to get a good cross-sectional objective representation of views, and I think the figures were in the vicinity of 75 to 80% supporting our points about needing to have majority control over an entity that we put the majority of assets into. Okay,
the other question I've got is just around the process going forward. Unlike the housing intensification bill, which has cross-party support, this particular bill is being driven by the government, and I note that there's substantial opposition by the National Party, I think, and also ACT. And it has been said that this bill could well be overturned is our council making any preparations around that so that we have got the flexibility to go back to a circumstance such as we have now, if there is a change in government and effectively the bill is overturned?
Yeah, well...
Do we have that as a plan B?
Well, until there's an election, it's hypothetical, but I have had discussions, obviously, with Christopher Luxon, who was at one time the spokesperson on internal affairs, and quite at length, and with other national and ACT MPs. And in the event that there is a change in government, then it will depend what those parties have in their manifestos in terms of what they would replace the legislation with. I think what all parties acknowledge is that there is a need for reform. Actually, all local councils agree that there's a need for reform. So we don't know quite yet what the alternative proposition might be. But in the event that there's a change in government and this legislation is withdrawn, then in the first instance, the status quo will prevail until such time as an alternative is put up. And probably that's something that people will want to do next year is press opposition parties for the nature of what they alternatively intend to propose, because that will be quite important to our planning going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in respect of the process going forward, are we monitoring what would appear to be increasing public opposition to this process? Are we doing any polling on that or gathering information?
Well, we've gathered information which shows that overwhelmingly the people that we represent oppose the government's arrangements, and what we're proposing in this submission will be consistent with what that overwhelming majority of Aucklanders told us when we went out and took submissions from them and polled them last year. So if there has been any change, it would be marginal, because clearly a very substantial majority of people supported the position that we were taking when we spoke to them. And I don't think that will have changed in any relevant sense. If you've got a 75% majority of people supporting your position, you can be reasonably confident in stating that you are speaking on behalf of Aucklanders, and that's what we'll be doing. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Papacoon.
Tēnā koe te koro matua. Kia ora Denise, thank you for your work on this. Just got a bit of feedback. I don't know if there's any way of reducing that, whether it's
How's that now, Pippa?
on Town Hall. That's better. Thank you. Did you hearing me okay?
Yes, we hear you fine.
Oh, great. So I've got sort of two parts to my question. In terms of the mana whenua feedback, and it's highlighted there in the report at paragraph 105, that it's actually the governance arrangements aren't all actually that great for mana whenua either, and all the hysteria of co-governance. I think it's kind of been lost that for Auckland, mana whenua, with 19 mana whenua, it doesn't easily go into the 4 spots that are proposed in the makeup of the RRG. So I'd just like to understand how our submission will respond and pick up on the issues that the Tamaki Makaurau Mana Whenua Forum have raised.
Well, I'll have the first bite of that, and Denise might like to add to it. Firstly, both the IMSB and the Mana Whenua Forum take a different position from this council, and they were equally represented, or the Mana Whenua Forum was, through Narimu Blair and Tuku Morgan. They were represented on the government's working party. Both of those bodies made separate submissions from council, and I would expect them again. We don't presume to talk for them. They will talk for themselves, and they will make separate submissions. What I did say in the minority report was that while we stood by our position that Auckland elected representatives should have majority control, that we were keen to work in partnership with mana whenua, and indeed very clear evidence of that was in terms of our water strategy, where that was worked through in partnership with mana whenua. And equally in areas like the Punui Stream regeneration and the Kaipara Harbour remediation, co-governance is working in those areas. But we have not said that we support co-governance simply over the management of some billions of dollars worth of infrastructure. We've said we're keen to work in partnership, and indeed with our Watercare board, we have two Māori representatives on that board, and there is a clear Māori perspective there as well. So I don't know, Denise, whether you'd like to add anything further to Councillor Coombs' question.
Thank you. I was just going to add that we do always seek input from iwi entities when we are preparing a submission, and we've done so for this submission. So there may be input coming through more broadly on a range of things, for example, the Te Mana o Te Wai statements that mana whenua prepare and how they're responded to by the entity. So there are things like that that we might be able to look at in our submission and reviewing against the provisions in the legislation.
I think we should at least... Sorry, just finally, Councillor, I think we should acknowledge in our submission that that there will be separate submissions coming from the IMSB and from the Mana Whenua Forum, and that they take a different view. But it's best to let them speak for themselves through their own submissions, in my view.
Thank you. But and just to clarify with Denise, what I'm hearing though is where there are points of agreement that will be highlighted and they'll be input into the submission in the normal way that we always get input.
That's correct.
For submissions.
Yeah, and there were points...
I guess
sorry, Pippa. There were points of agreement on the working group in terms of strengthening the governance requirements of the new water services entity. We actually worked quite collaboratively on that to ensure that the water services entity was responsive to the regional representation group and wasn't just going to be a bureaucratic entity that had very little accountability to anyone. So that sort of cooperation did occur. Sorry to interrupt.
And if I may just direct to Denise, I'd be keen to understand from an officer perspective how you see our submission covering our tiriti obligations and responding to that to ensure that our submission is consistent with our council obligations under tiriti.
So we will be working through the provisions that are in the bill, and there's nothing to suggest that we wouldn't be supporting those provisions that are in there around giving effect to the treaty and giving effect to Te Mana o Te Wai statements. Yes, so I think that it will be consistent with Council's position on those.
Okay, so I mean, I guess there's nothing in the report that kind of fleshes out how we're going to cover that. So I'm very keen to see how that is addressed in the submission. I'm happy to leave that there as just as something I'll be definitely looking at when I come to read the draft. And may I just end, Mayor, I don't need to speak to this in the debate, but just, you know, I'm happy to endorse and support the recommendations, and also just acknowledge that you have been, you know, really tireless in working on this issue, and you know, have been very consistent. And so it's just, you know, when we get these emails like the latest round saying, why have you voted to hand over water assets, and you just, you know, the amount of misinformation that's out there that you're having to deal with. So, you know, just wanted to acknowledge that, yes, in every forum that I've heard you, excuse me, that I've heard you speak, you have been very consistent and very strongly representing the interests of Auckland. So thank you. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. And I just want to make it clear that mana whenua did not ever, at any point in the process of the working group, make any claim to ownership of the assets. They acknowledged the assets belonged to the councils, and through the working group, that ownership is set out quite clearly on a proportionate basis. Our issue is the point at which, while we own the asset, we cease to have clear control over how that asset operates, and that's where the differentiation is, I think. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Your Worship. I well understand the importance of today and the adoption of these resolutions. I think that they're going to be critical. And in what I'm going to ask you, I have no intention of offending you, but there really is a perception that Auckland has not put sufficient opposition up to this bill. Now, I know that's frustrating because you've put a lot of time into it, but would you, in light of that, would you consider, and I could have done this as an amendment, I'd prefer not to, having another councillor come with you to present the submission to the Finance and Expenditure Select Committee? I was thinking of either Councillor Cooper or I was thinking of Councillor Watson, but just to reinforce that feeling from the Auckland Council and the unity of the Auckland Council in behind this submission.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I'd have no problem with that. I mean, Councillor Cooper is our Water Care Liaison Officer. She's had a close interest in this. She comes from a different political stable from me, so it would be a balanced presentation. But we both feel quite strongly about that issue, and while the recommendation is that I present the submission, it's certainly not my intention to do that on my own. I think it's always good to have a councillor with me, and I'd be happy to include actually in the recommendation, if I can say to Sandra, just find out where it is, that so I've got the wording of it correctly. Delegate the Mayor to speak.
It's up on the screen.
Yeah, to speak to the submission, the Mayor and Councillor Linda Cooper, our Water Care Liaison Councillor, to speak to the submission on behalf of the governing body. So if I just better check with Councillor Cooper, she's happy with that, and she is. So thank you for that suggestion. More than happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as it happens, the next speaker is Councillor Linda Cooper.
I know Councillor Coombs actually made a statement about this, but I really wanted to ask the question because I think that there is a lot of misinformation, particularly last week in a rather spurious article, an ill-informed article in the Herald, that accused us of selling our $10 billion of water assets for $127 million. So I just want you to, and I think I just want clarity, because it's not really in the bill, notes to the bill. It's not really clear. It just says you get shares. If it could just be spelled out that we don't actually sell our assets, we kind of get to keep them and they're replaced with shares, is that right? And then we get no control. So it's a really strange shareholder arrangement where you don't really have a say. So is that, but nominally, the assets stay in our ownership, but we have no control over them. So we don't sell them, and the money is better, what is called better off funding. I just want that really clear for the public.
Yeah, and it's important that is clear, Councillor, so thank you for raising that question. This does not involve the transfer of the ownership of assets. In fact, in the working group, we worked hard to ensure that the proportionate ownership of the assets by Auckland Council and through Auckland Council, the people of Auckland, will be in the legislation. It's not about the ownership per se, nor is it about privatisation. We put in the strongest provisions that we could put in to stop privatisation, to the extent that there has to be a unanimous agreement of the owners before you'd even go to a vote of the public on sale. Where we differ from the government is that ownership is not translated in terms of control over the strategic direction of those assets. We did strengthen the strategic direction being set by the regional representation group, but we are a minority on that group, and we shouldn't be. We should be the majority because we're putting in 93% of the shares. But the nonsense that was in the Herald on Saturday, that we were selling our ownership for $127 million is just that. I mean, it's nonsense, it's untrue, and I think it's deliberately untrue, because the author could not be so stupid as to imagine that that's what it was about. Everybody knows that in the first tranche, the government distributed $750 million to councils right across New Zealand. No council declined that. We were given $3 million out of $750 million, and in the second tranche, we get more of a proportionate share. We get $508 million. That does not have strings attached that we need to support the reform proposal. We will support the reform proposal insofar as we agree with it, and we will oppose the reform proposal insofar as we disagree with that. And there has been no effort by government to silence our voice on that. And my voice has not only been a leading voice in the sense that we started this process of questioning whether this was the right governance model, but we have been consistent at every point on it, and we will need to be consistent, in my view, in the strength of the submission we make on the bill.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Chris Darby. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Mayor. Sorry
okay,
for
we
the
can
delay
hear you
there
now.
getting
Thank
the
you.
buttons. Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, can I just ask the staff, and I'm getting echo as well, I'll proceed. The National Stormwater Conference and Expo occurred in May. One of the concerns, as you well know, Mayor, you share it, is the inclusion of that third sibling of stormwater into the new entity. What did our teams learn from the various papers that were presented at the most recent conference on stormwater being included? Keeping in mind that all the technical work has been very undeveloped, it's very much an afterthought inclusion. So just a question of our staff, what did they learn from that stormwater conference that's helped inform our position?
Now, I'm not sure whether Denise has an answer to that, or Megan or Claire, who's in the room. So it may, Megan, I'm going to give you a go, but we might have to come back to you on that one, Councillor.
Yes. Thanks, Councillor Darby. I won't be able to give you any detail. This bill makes it clear that it is the three waters, including stormwater. As you all know, because we've framed it, and all of our colleagues around New Zealand know that the inclusion of stormwater makes it very complex and quite difficult to either unbundle or bundle, depending on which, kind of what issue you're looking at, and how that would really work in an economically regulated entity, where at the moment, stormwater is not, economically regulated in the same way. So I know that in the conference there was a lot of talk and trying, how would this work? How would it work coming back into the council? Those connections with, land use planning in particular, stormwater and the other two waters as well. So I know there was a lot of discussion around it. I also know that there have been staff involved at a national level to try and think around this work, and as a council we are thinking about how those connections work across back into the council. So I'm sorry I can't give you any detail, but this bill makes it clear it does include stormwater. It doesn't include any detail about what that really means. Some of that will come in the second bill, certainly, and it will come in the transition work that begins really now through to 2024. And that's something we will need to keep you, I guess, informed of. There's no decisions really anymore for you to make beyond, submissions on that second bill. But that's certainly a big part of what we'll need to keep working on over the next couple of years.
Thank you for that, Megan. And if I can just add, Chris, sorry if I just make a brief comment. In my minority report, I'll just read one sentence of it. We advocate further consideration on inclusion of stormwater and believe there should be a specific stormwater recommendation seeking a deferral on the inclusion of stormwater in the new water services entity until further work is undertaken, and then we specify those things. So with the approval of councillors, we'd carry over that approach into our submission.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and I really appreciate you highlighting that in your role on behalf of us. I guess what I'm just trying to give a little bit of weight to here, Mayor, is as you work up the submission, if we build that particular part of the submission out and give it quite a bit more focus, and if it can be informed by the Stormwater Conference. I understand there was a lot of discussion at the conference on the value or lack of value of including stormwater. And at the same conference, Nick Brown, I think he's our Regional Planning Manager, Stormwater, he was judged the Stormwater Professional of the Year. So we've got a lot of expertise within our organisation, and we can tap into the expertise of those professionals that presented papers expressing quite considerable range of concern about the inclusion of stormwater as the third water in the Three Waters reform. Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, and I will ask staff to go back and see what we can find out about that and whether we can strengthen our submission on the basis of what might have been said at that conference. I'm sorry we couldn't help you directly because none of us are familiar with what the proceedings, how the proceedings went. Next question is Councillor Daniel Newman.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm reading this bill. It's very interesting. Would one expect that the regional advisory panel, looking at the roles and duties of the shareholders and what have you, which would one expect that that panel would have an input in relation to the direction of the entity with respect to applications for consent for water take and for wastewater discharge?
Denise.
I don't really have an answer for you on that. There isn't enough specificity in the bill to suggest that. It's been more generally around ensuring that there's stronger community representation on those entities, particularly for those entities which are covering a large number of authorities across the country. So there's no detail at this stage of the exact role that is likely to be included in the Constitution, what role and functions those regional advisory panels could play. Each entity won't necessarily have a regional advisory panel. There's just provision to enable one to be set up. So, yeah, I'm sorry I can't answer your question more fully than that.
The only thing I could add to what Denise has said is we have never sought powers over the water services entity beyond those powers that we exercise over water care. So we'd be working at a strategic level rather than seeking to interfere on an operational level. And what is very important, just as it is with water care, is that operational decisions are made by people who are appointed on the basis of their professionalism and their competence, and that we you know, while we set strategic directions, we don't endeavour to dictate operationally, and the same thing would apply in my understanding of the regional representation group. It would be setting strategic directions, statements of expectation, etc.
Can I ask a follow-up, Your Worship?
Yes, please.
How does this bill anticipate reconciling the conflicting role of mana whenua if they take an ownership stake of this water entity, but presumably they want an input into the merits of water take through consents and wastewater discharge through consents? If they have an ownership role, does that exclude them from input in relation to the applications for consent, or do they sit on both sides of the debate on this matter? How is that? It's a fundamental conflict that I don't think has been reconciled through what I'm reading in this bill. Is there any clarity on this?
Yeah, the really important thing to understand is that mana whenua have no ownership stake in the new water services entity, nor have they sought that.
And the only other comment, can I just understand at clause 48 with respect to decision making by this advisory panel, it talks about must be made by consensus if consensus can be reached and take all reasonable practical steps to reach consensus in accordance with procedure. I've never seen a bill that requires regional entities to operate by consensus. Can we get some advice as to whether this has ever happened before? This bill is it's got a real sort of kumbaya sort of flavour to it, but it really doesn't seem to be that declaratory in terms of how decisions actually will end up being made and the different and conflicting roles that come with those and people involved in that. It just seems to be a sort of a catch-all lover.
Yeah, no, it's important. It's important that it isn't, and I'll ask Denise to comment on the bill, but I can comment on the discussion that occurred at the oversight, the committee that the working party on it. I spoke against consensus decision making on everything because that's a recipe for stalemate if you can't reach consensus. The bill, if I'm right, and Denise will correct me if I'm wrong, if it's not translated from our discussions into the bill, said we should seek decision-making by consensus. In the absence of that, the decisions would be made by a 75% majority. Now, I supported that because under the new provisions that I was able to secure through the working group, we have a 28% say, and that would give us a veto over something that we thought would be inimical to the interests of the people of our city. I think the nature of the group, and I'd be reasonably confident from the tone of the discussions we had with mana whenua, we would seek to make the right decisions and we would seek to make them by consensus, but there's always, it's a bit like a jury. If you've got a majority jury, it's better than a unanimous one because one person can stop any progress. So we went for a majority decision, but a sufficient majority to ensure that there was overwhelming support for any of the strategic direction being given, and that empowers Auckland Council in a way that we would not be empowered if we didn't have that provision. If you understand what I've just outlined. Please let me know if there's something that wasn't clear.
Yeah, no, look, Your Worship, I think that the 75% mechanism, I can see that as much as possible is being put in to try and safeguard Auckland's position here, and I'd like to speak to this matter when the time comes.
Thanks, Councillor. No, you're absolutely right. Councillor Afisor Collins.
Kia ora, Mayor. Thank you very much. I've got a couple of questions, and the first is probably picking up from what Councillor Coombe was asking earlier. I just wonder, when it comes to our definitions, our running definitions, if we believe there is distinction when it comes to iwi and Māori engagement, whether there's a difference between co-governance and partnership. I'm just trying to reconcile in my mind what's been said in answers. And just see if there's perhaps a definition where we might be working on different definitions, or how we might see if there's a distinction between co-governance and partnership, or if we have, whether we can define some differences in those words.
That's a very good question, Councillor. Co-governance really requires 50-50 decision making. Partnership requires this is my interpretation, so there may be others, but partnership is a way where you work together with mana whenua, but if you're the owner of the assets, at the end of the day, you have the responsibility to make the decision. But it does require working together to find the common ground and to work together to achieve shared objectives. But I'm going to ask Denise or one of our officers to see if there's a more precise interpretation than the one that I've suggested to you. Denise.
I'm not aware of a more precise definition of that.
So does that help, Councillor?
Yeah. No, that's very helpful, Mayor, and thanks for, because I'm thinking along those lines too, but I just think it's important that we open up part of that discussion. I think it's really good. I just two other questions further along to what Councillor Watson was asking before, and point 86 that was already been alluded to. But can we expect, Mayor, prior to, if we are to endorse this approach or the development of this approach, can we expect to get any more information or any more detailed information around the projections and some of the financial forecasts that have been suggested from earlier paperwork that we've received from the Crown?
If they're available, we would make them available to you, but I don't know that they are. I'm just going to pass across to Megan. I'd love to have that information myself, but I don't think we have that precision. And as Councillor Watson suggested, and I agree, there's a bit of a leap of faith to say, I mean, look, what Scotland will say to us is that the proof of the pudding was in the eating. When they moved to this new system, they did capture those efficiencies. I don't think they weren't, you know, that estimate was made not by the politicians but by the Water Commission for Scotland, and I don't think they were lying to us. But then you have to imagine that the circumstances in Scotland were the same as the circumstances in New Zealand, and they're not. And I just do not, and officers that I've worked with do not have real confidence that there is a certainty about that. But I'll just ask Megan if she wants to comment further on that.
Thank you. Just confirming, I'm not aware of us having any more information than we've already shared with you, particularly last year with that Scottish Water report and the release of the information from the Department of Internal Affairs. So there's nothing more that we've got that we haven't shared with you before.
Well, thanks for that. And just finally, Mayor, this might not be, it's not directly related to the report that's in front of us, but given the question that Councillor Cooper asked around the article that was released on the weekend, and even last night when I was at a mayoral candidates forum, it came up again. I just wonder if there's any thought around the comms plan. You know, obviously it'd be easier if people just quoted us correctly. That would make a serious difference. But I wonder if there's any thought going into a comms plan which is going to provide genuine information so that Aucklanders feel like they're getting real gutsy stuff as opposed to what's reported in certain circulars that may be misleading.
Yeah, that's another very good question, and we've given quite a lot of thought to that. Those comments were made in what is termed an opinion piece, and while we will convey our unhappiness to the Herald, their reply is always, it's an opinion piece. You're entitled to do an opinion piece yourself if you want, and I understand that Deputy Mayor Cashmore has taken that up, and I don't know whether you've submitted it yet. He's submitted an opinion piece in response. Where a journalist writes an article purporting to tell the truth and it's actually a fabricated opinion, you've got a lot stronger position to tackle than if somebody submits an opinion piece, and in a democracy people have the right to be wrong. I don't know whether they have the right to lie and to be deliberately misleading, and I thought that article was deliberately misleading because I don't think the person is so stupid that they actually believed that was the case. But unfortunately in election campaigns, just like in wars, the first casualty is the truth. Very frustrating for both of us, Councillor, but you know, I'm not on the I'm not attending those forums, so it's great that we've got a councillor there that knows the facts and can address misleading information when it comes up like that. And I know that the Deputy Mayor used to attend meetings during the mayoral forums and straighten out a few prospective candidates that were either smoking something or not properly understanding the facts. So I don't think I'll go further than that. Thank you for the question, Councillor. It allowed me to vent a little bit. Councillor Richard Hills. Sorry.
You're referring to an article that I'd just like you to clarify which article.
Yeah,
I think it's appropriate to name which one.
yeah. Well, there were two articles in Saturday, Councillor Mulholland, that you probably read as well as I did. One related to own your own home, and I was angry about that because it said that, you know, you come out to a 99-year-old and says, are you worried about the fact that this is going to dramatically affect you? My comment, not reported by the journalist, was that every right of the people in those homes will be upheld and will not be affected in any way. The journalist chose not to use that because that would have ruined his story, which is a picture of three lovely old people supposedly worried that their world is being dramatically affected by something that won't affect them at all. So there was that article, but the second article that we were referring to was an opinion piece. I don't want to mention the author by name because he doesn't deserve the publicity. And that was the one that implied that we were selling our soul by giving away our ownership of the water, our water assets for 127 million, and that could not be further from the truth. We're not giving away anything. What we're having to do, though, is to respond to legislation that's being imposed on us. And were we going to turn down actually a $508 million that will help alleviate the pressure of rates on our constituents? Of course not, particularly since there were no strings attached to that require us to do other than express accurately what our views are on the new governance model. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
I think, Your Worship, just, you know, in terms of fairness for people having these discussions, and sorry, I should have maybe referred to it as a point of order, but it is, you know, just fairness as to which one you're referring to. Yes, I can assume. Yes, I read the articles, but just for clarity. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Final question from Councillor Richard Hills.
Yeah, kia ora, Mayor, and thank you for your very vocal advocacy on our behalf across the last, I think, 2 years on this, often being the lone voice in some situations. I guess my question's more on the submission and how you present it. For me, you know, if it's going ahead, which it looks like it is, you know, is there any point in further reinforcing our opposition to stormwater being in there? I just think it gives huge, far greater issues because it's not a utility and it crosses, you know, parks, local boards, Auckland, transport, everything. You know, we've gone through that. Can you reinforce again the need for that not to be included? That's my first question.
Yeah, look, very happy to do that. I fall into this trap of saying if I was in government, I might have done this differently. And one of the things I would have done differently, I'm in favour of water reform. Everybody knows that it's necessary. But I would have left stormwater to one side, at least in the first instance, so that we could work out all of those other issues. Including stormwater might be logical in the long term. We've considered that ourselves within council of, you know, amalgamating healthy waters and water care. But in the short term, it complicates the arguments. And I don't think officers think that we've done enough work to ensure that we know exactly what needs to happen before the proposal to integrate stormwater with the other two waters is a sound proposal. So I remember clearly your comments, Councillor, and those of Councillor Darby's at the last time we discussed this issue, and those views were incorporated by me into the minority report and will be incorporated again. I think, you know, I don't think there's a difference in view between officers and myself on this. We haven't ruled out stormwater being included ultimately, but doing it at this point is premature, and certainly premature until we've worked through all of the complex issues that are involved in that you've suggested.
Thank you. The other question around, you know, so that the suggestion is we still, as residents of Auckland, still own our assets completely, but then it confuses the issue when we talk about 28%. Can you just talk about briefly how you can get that across to the government that Aucklanders absolutely want to still have ownership, and it's rather just a entity running those assets on our behalf. How can we ensure that we genuinely have ownership? I think that's massive, as we've seen.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Ownership before the changes were made were a bigger issue for me, because I had a concern that the way in which it was set up could easily lead to privatisation, as it did in the United Kingdom, although actually in England, but not in Scotland. And we actually, the people of Auckland do own these assets. They've built them up over generations by funding them. And I was satisfied with the changes that were made regarding ownership, but one of the things about ownership has two potential consequences. One is that you get the return on the assets. Well, we've never sought a financial return on the assets. We've put every penny that Watercare raised back into water infrastructure, and we were not looking for a dividend or a return on it. But the other aspect of ownership is ownership without control dilutes the meaning of ownership. And while I've pointed out that we perhaps have a veto control under the concessions that we got through the working group, we actually should have control on behalf of all of the people of Auckland, because we're putting up 93%. That control is diluted by 3 other smaller councils and by mana whenua. And I haven't changed my view. If you're talking about water's an issue before the Waitangi Tribunal, and they will make their determination on that. But we're talking about assets. We're talking about pipes, water treatment plants, sewage treatment plants, and they need to be run effectively, efficiently and commercially. And under this model, they still will be, because that will be the role of the new water services entity. But I wanted to make sure that the Auckland voice and the strategic direction of that water services entity is the predominant one. And of course it isn't, and that's what our objection to this model is. While we contribute 93% of the assets and 90% of the population, we have our control over the strategic direction of how those assets are deployed diluted considerably, and a veto isn't the same as a majority voice determining future direction.
Thank you. And my last question is there a way to ensure, so, one of the reasons why we've opposed this is we understand for a lot of other parts of the country it's dire, but in our situation we have, very good asset management and capital investment, but also the customer side of things. I feel personally, we have great access to Watercare as elected members, even though we're not technically decision makers. And so do our community in most cases. Are there ways you can further reinforce how the customer-facing side, and if they will, have a biannual, quarterly, with us and local boards, so we can ensure that our community's voices are getting across to this entity?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Your microphone was fading there a bit, so I hope I've got your question clearly.
Sorry.
This will not, because we're still a big shareholder and owner, we will still, in my view, if this goes ahead, have the ability and should exercise the ability to maintain close contact with the water services entity, to continue to express our views, to look at their operations. We are still representing the views of the consumers of those water services, but in the bill itself it has provision for, now I'm going to ask Denise to clarify, but there are consumer protections there, including, I think, the establishment of a water ombudsman is what we talked. I don't know whether that's found its way into this bill from the Working Party decision, but the regional representation group will be a vehicle through which we can bring influence to bear on the water services entity, and having regional subgroups was designed deliberately, probably more for the regions than for us here in Auckland, to make sure that that voice could be heard through the regional representation group to the water services entity. But I'll just ask Denise to comment on a couple of those things.
I guess it's also more of, say, the service we get from Vector versus the service we get from Watercare on day-to-day utility. You know, most of us can call up or email and get a pretty good response on minor issues, major issues with projects, or and it's, you know, I'm not talking about the dire end where your water's being switched off or something, but just, you know, how will that relationship continue in this new
we can continue the relationship, but we don't have that backed by the fact that if they take a strategic direction, we as the governing body of Auckland Council can say no, and we have exercised that on occasions, and that's what we lose. But Denise might like to just comment further, and then we'll move to comments overall.
Thank you. So I guess there are two parts to that. The regional representative group will, the water services entities will need to engage with that group when developing things like the infrastructure strategy, the asset management plans. The water services entities themselves need to have a strong focus on the consumer and community, so they're required to set up consumer forums and do annual stock takes to show that they've been listening to customers. So there's probably two levels to how that works.
And I'll just clarify, did the Water Ombudsman find its way into the bill?
No, it didn't.
It didn't, okay. So the Consumer Forum, yeah. We had pushed for a Water Ombudsman because that's a way of ensuring that on specific complaints, the consumer could have an advocate and a forum where their voice could be heard. But that may be in a later bill, but I'm sorry, I haven't checked the detail of the bill to find out where that idea went to.
It could be considered through the economic regulation and consumer protection policy work which is going on at the moment, so that's a possible avenue for that.
Okay, so it's still a live idea, Richard, so hopefully it will prevail.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, look, thank you for that. I know I let a reasonable amount of leeway, both on the part of others and myself. We did a fair amount of commenting as well as questions, but there is an opportunity to comment if you feel that you didn't have the opportunity through your questions. So the first comment, the only comment I've got at the moment actually, is Councillor Daniel Newman. Councillor Newman.
Yeah, Your Worship, I mean, my openness on Three Waters was largely around the desire to see reform finally deal with this gnarly, outdated franchise agreement that applies in one part of my ward. It actually overlaps Councillor Cashmore's ward as well. But reading through this bill, and it's been my suspicion now for some time, is that the contracting out provisions would not be addressed by Three Waters reform. In fact, it would probably allow for the entrenchment of franchises and agreements. And unless I'm mistaken, clause 116 of the bill, the obligation to maintain water services, sets out the role and function of the entity, but clause 117 in relation to contracting out for water services and the joint arrangements provisions at clause 118, which specifically addresses the opportunity for other franchise agreements relating to the provision of water services. This will simply entrench the status quo with no effort, from what I can see, from the Three Waters reform to address the very thing that's actually been troubling my constituents since the late 1990s. So I'm going to support this, Your Worship, and I think that I would hope that we could address in our submission the fact that some of the very important aspects of reform which needed to be addressed actually haven't been. In fact, all this bill seems to do is roll over some of the problems that we currently have without addressing the need to actually ensure that we get horizontal integration and the end to these legacy franchise agreements, whilst introducing a whole lot of new and unclear arrangements, particularly in relation to billing and accountabilities for billing and pricing. So I hope that the submission will be able to address this problem, Your Worship, because this, for the benefit of hindsight in Papakura, I'm sure that there are people who would deeply regret some of the reforms that have taken place there, but I can't see any way in which this bill is going to address that, and I hope that we can make comment about that problem in relation to the matters that we will address in our submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Wayne Walker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I do think it's really important that this council on an ongoing basis reflects its overwhelming opposition to this bill. On my part, probably one of the most effective ways I can do that is to vote against agreeing with anything to do with it, frankly. I've got huge concerns that this bill takes away accountability, responsibility and authority on the part of Aucklanders. It's essentially undemocratic. There are no accountability functions, and as has been identified, not even any form of ombudsman or any real right of recourse. Aucklanders and people generally have a very high sense of ownership over water. Some of us provide our own water, deal with our own stormwater and the like, and in many instances, much of these functions occur on private properties. I really do not believe that this bill is efficient, is effective. I think it will be counterproductive to reducing emissions and acting on climate change against the background where we need to empower and engage residents to take more control over water and stormwater and so many of these things at source, because all of these things essentially arrive at source on the part of properties that are using water, receiving water, and shifting water off their properties onto other properties. I can foresee a dramatically enhanced bureaucracy as a consequence of this, and I would suggest very huge costs that will spiral out of control. So I have very, very little confidence in this process. Personally, my belief is that our council could have and should have taken a far better leadership role in working with other councils like Christchurch and Whangarei in far more vociferously opposing these reforms, because, as we know, they have been driven by government. The government is polling on this issue. I believe it will bring the government down in the future, and that a future government will turn it around, and I would only hope that we are preparing for that eventuality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor John Watson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to really pick up on a couple of the main themes that have been signalled in the report in respect of developing the council's submission. If we go to the risks section of the report, there's a whole swag of risks that have been spelt out. We have spelt out in previous advice and in part or in full in some of our previous submissions, but they are really significant that go to things really basically concerning Auckland's future interest, higher costs, poor community outcomes, levels of service that we lose control of, conceivably the deprioritisation of Auckland's interest, the question over the ability to undertake the investment, the costs of the reform, decoupling of stormwater and land management, and so forth and so on. So there's some very significant consequences that are in train via this legislation. Reference has been made to the polling of our public. Aucklanders have been overwhelmingly opposed to these reforms, and certainly in my anecdotal conversations with people, it's often revolves around different aspects of the reform in terms of the notion of losing control of assets that have been built up by successive generations, B, the governance or the oversight factors in terms of the representation grouping there, where the group as a whole is a bit like the man who makes the tea for the man who makes the coffee. It's fairly weak, and then even within that representation group, Auckland's role is further diluted down to to a rather insignificant kind of component of the overall group. So the public have concerns. I guess my concern on their behalf is that we express those concerns as clearly and forcefully as we can. Now that has happened to a degree in the lead up to this today. For those people in Auckland who might not be quite as strongly focused in on this, they've to some extent been seduced by the notion that, well, actually the cost this might, the water reform is needed across the country, so they, to their credit, take a kind of New Zealand Inc. approach. But within that New Zealand Inc. approach is the assurance that their water bills are going to be, significantly lower as a consequence of all that. Now we know, and we have signalled that, we have questions about that, but it seems to be to a major failing, given that they have been very, very precise. This isn't, your water bills will just be lower. We have statements from, the Scottish Authority that this will be $803. That's pretty precise in 2051. The comparison to Scotland isn't a good one. 70% of Scotland's population live in the central belt. That's a little over 60 k's. So we're dealing with totally two different geographic entities in Scotland and New Zealand, of which Auckland is part. So I guess when I get to it, the resolutions here today, to basically approve the delegation of our submission, I see as part of that, we're told staff will consider whether provisions in the bill mitigate these risks to any extent. So all those risks that have been spelt out, staff are going to get a call, and I presume the delegated politicians will then decide whether, what they see in the bill is mitigating these risks. Like Councillor Walker, anything I've seen thus far has just been tinkering around the edges. So my concern is through this submission process here that there may or may not be some attempt to highlight mitigations as staff said in the first instance, and then the delegated appointees agree with. So I believe that we should maintain a very strong and detailed opposition as we have articulated in the past, and that is actually used for a more public-oriented approach. We've seen thus far the government has just run over any submissions we have made, largely with minor amendments. So my concern in this process is that very strong opposition on behalf of Aucklanders is maintained, but I do have doubts with the extent for my ability to really sign it off and to influence it once it's been made. And I tried to make that clear when I asked the question earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chris Darby.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, at the outset, Mayor, I do acknowledge your pretty determined work in this area. It's a lot of it's gone unseen, actually, and I'd say, Mayor, a lot of it's gone unseen by me as one of your colleagues. You have really been putting in the hard elbow on this for some time. That's thanks for representing us, and thanks for representing Auckland on this. Look, my focus, Mayor, is on the area of the stormwater, and I just want to reiterate a few points. That it still seems like stormwater is, part of the reforms as an afterthought. There's a real deficiency in the understanding of stormwater and how it fits in the reforms, to date at least. There's little to no understanding, as I've read some of the technical papers, of the interface, between the land use planning side, catchment management, freshwater, estuarine, coastal management, all of those. It's complex. It's extremely complex just on that stormwater side. Yes, you've got the stormwater reference group, and you've got a technical working group, I think, supporting that. But that unit has come to its task very late in the piece, and it's, you know, extracting delivery of stormwater has been the premise, that's been the default setting, and then they appear to be scurrying to backfill with reason why it should be. So in Auckland, we already face immense challenges integrating, you know, land and water management. We've got challenges within our own Auckland Council with Auckland Transport, Auckland Council with water care. And now we've got the additional challenge of integration of land use and water with the National Policy Statement and Urban Development and responding to that. And it will go on. So absorbing stormwater into the new structure is just going to exacerbate that existing disconnection. So for example, on the Auckland Transport side, 25% of urban Auckland is impervious transport infrastructure. It's a water catchment. How does that all fit? And I cannot see all these various threads being pulled together. So nowhere has the first consideration been that local government reform, like careful, nuanced local government reform, is the best direction to take rather than three waters reform. So which would deliver the best outcomes, you know, for catchment planning, stormwater planning, land use planning? And I would suggest it's careful local government reform and RMA reform rather than outright three waters reform. So essentially the reforms, they pose, in my view, a real big risk to the multidisciplinary approach that we're endeavouring always to take in the stormwater area. The promise to, you know, offer back to councils the required water engineering expertise, that all sounds good, but that won't remotely satisfy the interdisciplinary approach to land use and water management. So lack of coordination, in my view, you know, we've already seen and struggled with over the last 12 years, and we've been getting on top of it slowly through CCO reviews. We already know how difficult it is. It'll only get larger with the three waters entity if stormwater's in there. So in summary, Mayor, I would like our submission to look pretty hard, be really laser focused on the arguments for carving out stormwater entirely, assuming that some sort of reform will survive. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And the last comment is from Councillor Desley Simpson.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I just want to say in this forum, I don't support the three waters governance direction central government is promoting. And I know Aucklanders don't support that because we asked them back in December 2021 and we noted that 77% of respondents supported Council's position, which was pretty much unanimous in September last year against the reforms. So we also did independent polling, which was similar. So look, from my opinion on three waters hasn't changed, yours hasn't changed, and I don't think many of my colleagues' opinion on three waters has changed. I'm glad Councillor Cooper asked her question because we haven't rolled over at all. We've been consistent in our objection to three waters, and around the better off funding of 127 million is really in its first tranche for next year is given to us with no strings attached. It doesn't ask us to accept what they're doing, but it is ours with no strings to invest in local community wellbeing. It's not a payment for our assets. It's a grant that never has to be paid back. So to that end, I'm supporting this bill, these resolutions, not the bill. I'm supporting these resolutions, of course, because we have to have one last chance of putting our facts to the right people. you know, and all this is doing, I think to not vote for this is most unwise. This is our last chance. It's coming to us. We don't agree where the government's going, but we have to respond. And our response in endorsing what we've already said, and your minority report, and boy, it must have been tough, Mayor. You were a standalone voice against everybody else that was caving in to agree to all of this. So I think A is absolutely, everyone's got to accept A because that's our position. The delegation I support, and look, taking Linda with you is great because I'm sure that the select committee will have people from around the political spectrum, but I think we have to give it our best shot. I don't like the content, but I think it's what we need to do, and we have to prove to Aucklanders that we're doing everything right to the ninth wire to support their views that this is not good. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, briefly in reply, I just want to thank councillors for their participation, both in terms of the questions and in terms of the comments that have been made. And I substantially agree with the comments that have been raised. And if I just pick up Councillor Simpson's, we haven't changed our opinion. We've been absolutely consistent on this, and we've used each and every opportunity that has arisen to express that view, both through Local Government New Zealand and directly to government. We did it in the minority report, we did it in our resolutions passed on to the government, and we'll do it again here. I agree with Councillor Simpson that it would be unwise to vote against these resolutions. I think one of the strengths of our position has been well, we are unanimous. I think I could describe Councillor Newman as the prodigal son. Welcome home, Daniel. You had doubts about opposing it, you've looked at it, and you're now in agreement. And that, I think, would represent a full agreement by all councillors about what is wrong with this bill. I think practically all of us acknowledge that there has to be change across the country. So we haven't gone out being totally negative or hugely partisan about our opposition. We've said we support these parts of the bill. That makes sense. You know, we've demonstrated in Auckland what the advantages are of scale, professionalism, competence, and a fully regional view, and of investing adequately. Most of New Zealand hasn't. And to the question why we haven't aligned ourselves with some of the other councils, Councillor Walker, is because some of those other councillors haven't made the investment. They've been either unwilling or unable to make the investment. They have water that's not drinkable. They have wastewater tipping into their streams that don't meet their own consents. There is no way that they will meet the new standards required by the water regulator. So I haven't been a supporter at all of the status quo, nor the Deputy Mayor. I think he was quite adamant about this. We need reform. We do need reform. Unfortunately, the nature of the reform as it applies to governance in relation to Auckland does not meet our purposes, does not assist us, and I agree entirely with what Councillor Darby has said about the need for integration of land and water management and coordination between the different bodies. I think we're doing that quite well. Would we have welcomed any further access to capital for borrowing for capital expansion? Of course we would, and that's what we pushed for. But we also pushed for the CCO model that I think it would be the right model. Councillor Watson, I think I agree with overwhelmingly with what you've said in almost every respect, but where I think maybe I have a disagreement perhaps with yourself and Councillor Walker is that if we were, for example, not to make a submission, which voting against this resolution would result in, then we would be weakening our position, not strengthening it. We need to go out there. We need to continue to have our voice heard. Councillor Walker, I don't agree one iota with your claim that we haven't had a leadership role in this. I've been involved in every aspect of it along every part of the way, you know, right through from January of this year in the working group, hours of my life that I'll never get back. And we have stood up, we have had our voices heard, and sometimes the most effective way of changing things is not simply stand there with a placard, but to try to make it better. In the end, the government has the ability to impose this legislation on us. And if they're going to do that, one, we'll have our voice heard about what we don't like about it, but two, we'll take every effort we can to make those aspects of the reform proposal that are poor and inappropriate more appropriate. And if we can get some concessions along the way and we can make some improvements, that's worthwhile, without in any way giving away the strength of our position that we expect as owner of these assets and representing the people of our city that elect us to have that democratic accountability back to those people in the way these assets are run. Finally, and I've worked my way backwards, I'm sorry, Councillor Newman, your comments about Veolia, you might have seen me smile when you said we both know how that came about, and we hope that the person responsible for that coming about has repented on their sins for supporting that. Yeah, look, you might like to talk directly to Denise about Veolia and how you'd want that the submission couched. I agree we'd be better off with one body that was providing those services and not contracting them out privately in the way that was done in Papakura. I think that was a mistake, and that you'd agree that it's been shown to be a mistake. So I support that that shouldn't be part of the provision. I think everything's been said about this now, so all we need to do is to vote on it, unless there's a call for a division. There has been a call for a division. I've just been advised. Councillor Stewart, you wanting a division on this vote?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I'll ask Sandra to take a division and to vote on the recommendations with that one amendment. Sandra, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Goff. Councillors, you're voting on item 9 and the recommendations as they have been on the screen. Mayor Goff.
Aye. Aye.
Councillor Bartley.
For.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Aye.
Councillor Collins.
For.
Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Dalton.
For.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Filipaina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
Abstain.
Councillor Henderson.
For.
Councillor Hills.
In favour of putting in a submission, yes.
Sorry, could you just repeat that? We couldn't hear you.
In favour of putting in submissions, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Mulholland.
Against.
Councillor Newman.
For.
Councillor Sayers.
Against.
Councillor Simpson.
For.
Councillor Stewart.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
Against.
Councillor Watson.
Against.
Councillor Young.
For.
So that is carried 15 votes to 5 with 1 abstention.
Thank you very much, councillors, and thank you, Sandra, for conducting the vote. We come now to item number 10, which is the decision on the proposed new freedom camping in the vehicle bylaw. And can I just, if I can ask maybe Councillor Cooper to move this recommendation and yes, Councillor Dalton, who is also on the panel, to second it. Are you happy to do that, Councillor Dalton?
Yes, thank you.
And I can see IMSB member Wilcox, so I want to thank you for your participation alongside Angela and Linda in the extensive work you've done on that. I just really can't express my appreciation sufficiently for the hours of work that the bylaws hearing panel has put in on this and on other issues. And a big thank you on behalf of all of the councillors here. We have in attendance a range of officers headed by Paul Wilson, but to introduce the item, I would like to invite the chair of the hearings panel, Councillor Linda Cooper, to speak to it, and then I'll invite Paul Wilson to add any other further comments as appropriate, and then we'll open it up for questions. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd ask you to bear with on this because it's 6 years of work actually, the culmination of 6 years of work, many staff, many people listening to hearings and collating submissions. So this report presents the bylaw panel recommendations on public feedback and local board views on the proposed new Freedom Camping and Vehicles Bylaw 2022. I chaired the panel alongside very able members, Councillor Angela Dalton and IMSB Statutory Board member, IMSB member Glenn Wilcox. This proposal was developed in response to the concerns about a previous proposal, which members will recall was set aside in 2019. Notably, this proposal removed all reserves from the scope of the bylaw, and that was because the Reserves Act changed, so people could be fined if they breached the law about camping on reserves. It included general rules, different to the last one, we didn't have one, developed by a joint political working group to set basic requirements for freedom camping everywhere in Auckland, and reiterated that the bylaw is not intended to manage homelessness. We adopted the proposal as a governing body in September last year for public consultation and promoted the consultation in all local newspapers, Auckland and social media. We also sent email notifications to stakeholders, including mana whenua, and to submitters on the previous proposal. People had the opportunity to feedback in a variety of ways, including at virtual Zoom conferences, through online forms, email, post and phone, from the 26th of October to the 5th of December 2021. And as the public consultation ran during Auckland's COVID-19 lockdown, no in-person events were able to be held. A separate research survey was also conducted to gather additional views from a representative sample of Aucklanders. More than 1,600 people and organisations gave feedback to the consultation, and more than 1,900 Aucklanders participated in the research survey. 20 local boards provided their views on how the panel should address matters raised in public feedback, with 12 presenting their views to the panel in April. Overall, the key proposals we put forward were supported by a majority of the public and local boards, noting that where there were mixed views on specific general rules, the proposal was the most preferred of all the alternatives. And where designated areas did not have majority support, the public preference was usually to have fewer restrictions, not more. The panel, after considering all the feedback and deliberations in April and May, recommends some changes to the proposal, adding 13 additional prohibited areas, 2 due to an increased risk of flash flooding, and 11 areas which provided car parking for reserves that were assessed and recommended for prohibition in the earlier proposal we consulted on, reclassifying 2 proposed restricted areas as prohibited to better protect public access to those places, and reducing the maximum vehicle limit at 1 restricted area, and changes to the bylaw text to make the rules more certain to campers and the public. We do not recommend making other changes requested in feedback. For example, we do not recommend loosening the rules in some areas as requested, because we consider they justified protection and the proposed rules were appropriate. We do not recommend making stricter general rules or prohibiting large areas, because there wasn't evidence to support such broad brush rules as a proportionate response to the problem. We think the bylaw as recommended by the panel is the most appropriate response to the problems freedom camping can cause. It will enable responsible freedom camping to take place in Auckland while protecting our environment, public health and safety, and public access for everyone, as required by the Freedom Camping Act. We're only allowed by that. Our legal team have reviewed the recommended changes and are confident that it aligns with the Council's obligations under the Freedom Camping Act. And we ask that the governing body approve the recommendations. And I do want to remind councillors that the current bylaw, any of the bylaws that currently give us some sort of control over freedom camping, will all expire in October this year. And if not replaced, freedom camping will be allowed unregulated in most places in Auckland until we adopt a new bylaw. So contrary to some of the public conversation that this bylaw would create a free-for-all, believe me, no regulation would be the real free-for-all. This actually applies restrictions, especially the on-road parts of the bylaw, the general rule. I would sincerely like to thank Councillor Dalton and IMSB member Wilcox. It was a pleasure to work with you. And also like to thank our staff, and particularly our manager Paul, but Rebecca Foreman, who's done the bulk of this work, and Bailey Vile. Also the compliance staff that sat with us on the deliberations panel to inform us. Really, you know, we have a high level of professionalism with our staff, and even though some of the feedback was quite emotive, they kept us, and our legal staff, Katie Bexley, kept us on track to do this within the law and to manage any risk around legal challenge. So thank you very much. I'll hand over to staff. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cooper, and welcome Paul and Rebecca to the table. Paul, is there anything you'd like to add to Councillor Cooper's comments?
No, nothing further to add, Your Worship. Happy to answer questions.
Okay, that's great. Well, look, let's leap straight into questions. We've had this issue around the table for a very long time. We've debated it one way or the other way, and we've had legal advice, and we've consulted many times on it. So it may be, and as Councillor Cooper said, it's not just maybe, that's time to make a decision. If we don't make a decision today, we will leave a vacuum by October, and there'll be no rules regarding freedom camping. So we need to make this decision today. So, first question is from Councillor Desley Simpson. Councillor Simpson.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Linda and team, for all your work. Angela, Glenn, everybody. It has been a long time coming. Look, I've just got a few quick questions. I think certified vans is a really good idea for inclusion in general rules. But my question around that is around the government, again, she says, because the government are yet to bring in their new rules for the certification process, which was included in their proposal from MB. So no legislation has been brought in. How will Council ensure that the vans really are certified and meet the rules for self-contained? So what's the process and how robust will that be?
Paul, I think that's probably to you.
But to Rebecca to answer that one, thank you.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So there is currently a national standard that defines what makes a vehicle self-contained, and that's the process against which they are currently certified. There are various ways that a vehicle has to have a certificate to show they've been certified. They have to display a blue sticker, and that's what our staff on the ground are looking for at the moment. That national standard will continue to be the industry benchmark until it is replaced in some way by central government. That probably will be incorporated into the Act itself, but until then, certification under that standard will continue to apply. I'm happy if the licensing and compliance staff we have wanted to comment specifically on anything on the ground that occurs, but currently they look for those certificates and those blue stickers. Thank you.
Thanks, Rebecca. Back to you, Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, thanks. So now I'm looking from Council's perspective on policing of the new general rules. So what are we doing? What's the monitoring and policing of that? How can we give Aucklanders our commitment that by bringing in these rules, we've got the rules, how can we give Auckland confirmation that we can actually police them? who've got the resources to police them.
Rebecca.
Through you, Mr Chair, I'll probably ask James Hassel from Licensing and Compliance to discuss their approach to enforcement. James, I believe you're with us online.
James, have we got you online?
You sure have.
Yep, we can see you. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, councillors. So my team have been working closely with the policy team to ensure that what's being proposed today is able to be enforced. In broad terms, what we're anticipating is engaging contractors in the same way that we do for noise control, to ensure that we have the coverage available as and when it's required. They'll be looking primarily at what's to be enforced under the Freedom Camping bylaw, but if there are any related camping issues, then they'll be able to deal with those at the same time.
Okay, thanks for that. Look, I know this has to be evidence-based, so there was a suggestion at one stage that in the online complaints process that council have a separate heading for freedom camping, like there is for noise, but I don't think that's been taken any further. Are we going to do anything around that? Do you know?
Through you, Mr Chair, I think that's another question for Licensing and Compliance.
So, James, we've still got you there?
Yep, still here. Sorry, I don't have those details, but it does make absolute sense to have a separate place to record that, Councillor Simpson.
Oh, thank you. That's really great, James. Thanks. And I just wondered, is there a commitment to review the list of sites with feedback from local boards over the next sort of 18 months or 2 summers to ensure that the bylaw remains fit for purpose?
James, I think to you again.
It's not his,
it's to Rebecca.
Yeah.
Okay.
Through you, Mr Chair. So you'll recall that the governing body did pass a resolution in September to consider other areas that were identified in consultation if the legislative criteria were met, and those would be considered following the adoption of the bylaw. However, the panel considered public feedback and determined that the criteria were not met for the majority of the areas that had been raised in feedback, and those areas have not been put into the bylaw as prohibited. And as far as a future review is concerned, that will be at the direction of the regulatory committee to decide how they want to proceed. Council will be monitoring the effectiveness of the bylaw at preventing and managing freedom camping impacts and report findings to that committee, and the committee will decide what and when it wishes to initiate in terms of further work. Thank you.
Okay, how often is that feedback? Is it annually or after the summer? To regulatory?
So, Madam Chair, through you, Mr Chair, the normal bylaw review is 5 yearly. But at the same time, if there was enough negative feedback, or maybe feedback saying, look, we don't have enough spaces or something like that, there's an opportunity to do that earlier. And that's something we'll just keep an eye on that at the regulatory committee if I'm still on it, and if I'm still here. But that will be highlighted. That can go in the work plan if necessary.
Oh, thank you, councillor. And look, just the last one. Sorry, it's the last one. It's a little bit more local. My local board went for 1 night. What's the risk around trying to drop this down for 1 night as opposed to 2 nights in the same street?
Rebecca.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So the bylaw panel did look at all the feedback that was received, including from your constituents, councillor. They did look at all of the feedback around whether 1 night was more appropriate, and they have settled on 2 nights being the most appropriate approach there. One of the reasons being that obviously these general rules will cover all of Auckland, and these are areas which are not necessarily known to be likely to be popular with freedom campers, and therefore 1 night would be 2 nights would be a more appropriate response, more proportionate response to any issues that arise in those areas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much, councillor. Councillor Greg Sayers.
Thank you, through you, Mr Chair. I guess one of the question I'd like to ask is around the potential for somebody to have a certified freedom camping, setup and just stay in the same area, so that under this bylaw, it seems that they could circulate in one area and just stay there. Like most freedom campers are actually on holiday. You know, they're out there and they're going away with their family, or they're overseas visitors, and they've got one of these vehicles, and they're actually really enjoying themselves and being very responsible. But there is potential for somebody to own one of these vehicles permanently, 365 days a year, and perhaps just stay in the same area and circulate and freedom camp in one localized area. Now, whether that causes any type of grief or concerns to locals, I don't know. But I guess my question through you, Mr. Chair, would be just to fully understand the ability for compliance to look at potential issues that people might raise around that type of behaviour, which probably is an unintended consequence rather than an intended one.
Rebecca.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify the question, you're saying about how the compliance would respond to that situation? In which case...
Yeah, the options they have, I guess, yeah.
So I'd probably pass that over to James Hassel again, Mr. Mayor.
As with all compliance issues, there are always the outliers that are challenging to deal with. And if a particular person or persons are repeatedly breaking the bylaw in different parts of Auckland, then we'd look to take stronger action against them above and beyond the $200 infringement fee which is available. If they're staying in each spot for less than the 2-day period, that will be challenging though.
Yes, I understand. I think that's probably one of the fears that I'm picking up from feedback, James. So thank you for your answer there. The other one, Mr. Mayor, probably another thing that people might be a bit concerned about is how are we going to promote this? At the moment, it could be potentially promoted by ourselves to be, we've opened up the streets for freedom camping. You can circulate where every 7 days, is it? I think it works out about 7 days, something like that. But we actually have a number of designated sites. I think there's 20 really good sites that we could promote to the freedom camping audience, industry, income, all those positive things that come from freedom camping. So I don't know if there's anyone online through you, Chair, that could comment about how we might be promoting this freedom camping bylaw in a positive way and directing people towards those areas where we actually have the size and the facilities to cope for freedom campers.
Okay, so how do we get the message out there to the wider public once we've passed the bylaw and what it means? Rebecca.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So after the bylaw is adopted, obviously it doesn't become operational until the 1st of September. So we have got a little bit of time to prepare in terms of the communications that will go out, the information that will be available on the website. And certainly there will be a full list of all the areas where freedom camping isn't allowed, but there'll also be a full explanation of the rules that apply. We can also provide links to other information that might be of use to freedom campers wanting to visit Auckland, and certainly we'll look at all the options for how we might promote other places that may be of interest to them. And just to clarify, Councillor, it is actually 2 weeks is the non-return period. I think you mentioned a period of 7 days there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor John Watson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. 2 questions, one to James on enforcement and then one to one of the bylaw officers. James, at point 14, we're told about the decision to exclude land held under the Reserves Act. In terms of practical enforcement, and you mentioned this $200 infringement fee, am I right in assuming that as far as the Freedom Camping and Vehicles bylaw, that infringement fee can be imposed, straight away to anyone that infringes the bylaw, and that in respect of the Reserve Act, there is a similar capacity to do the same. Am I right in assuming that?
That's right. My understanding is that there is an infringement notice regime under both of those acts, the Freedom Camping Act and the Reserves Act now, which enables a very fast enforcement response.
Great, that's good to hear. And the follow-up question to the bylaw officers is that in respect of our recommendations, and I think some other councillor asked about, you know, the general areas rules in terms of that 2 nights as opposed to 1 night. So in our recommendations, I guess that would come under the notion of what's been deemed most appropriate and proportionate. We had a choice there, but that's been deemed the most appropriate and proportionate in terms of our recommendations.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right. Thanks. I reserve the right to speak on this one, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Papacoon.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. I really want to ask my pātai so I can mihi to the panel and the whole team to for their tremendous work, and I really do appreciate, you know, the amount of work that goes into this over a really long period of time. So thank you. But I do have a little question as well. It might be a little bit niche, but I know with Waiheke, there was, you know, a lot of concern about the fact that there's no waste drop-off, and I can see that a lot of consideration has gone into that, and I think it's at page 244. There's some quite detailed amendments that go to Waiheke, and I think that the issue there was that there wasn't any evidence of harm to be able to say that there could be no freedom camping on Waiheke, if I remember correctly. But I just wanted to understand, is there any situation where a freedom camper can separate their dumping waste from their actual vehicle? I mean, is that kind of hypothetically possible? This is really kind of reflecting my lack of knowledge around, I'm not a freedom camper or a van camper. I prefer under canvas in a dock campsite, but you know, would someone potentially have a vehicle that they would have on Waiheke and have to actually leave the island other than by taking their vehicle, and that this might sort of create other issues?
Right. I'll give you the go at that one, Rebecca, or to refer it to somebody that might know the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify the question, Councillor, you're saying, can they dispose of their waste without taking the vehicle with them to dispose of the waste? So can they actually remove the waste from the vehicle and travel away with it? Is that?
Yeah. Would that ever happen?
Well, I understand many of the vehicles do have cassettes, which are what fill with waste and then are removed, but I don't believe they're designed to be taken much of a distance from the vehicle. They would normally be disposed immediately from the vehicle into the dump station, but to be honest, that's probably at a level of technical specificity I can't speak to, I'm afraid. I'm not sure if James might have any further information, but if you're thinking of people taking waste on the ferry, for example, on foot, I can't imagine that would be a go. But
I understand. I mean, the way the bylaws are written, it's very clear that you actually have to leave Waiheke with your vehicle and must be away from the island for at least 2 weeks before you can come back. But I guess I'm sort of like thinking about the scenario where people would say, well, actually, my vehicle stays on Waiheke. I can find a different way to dispose of the waste. And so it just might create another compliance issue. But what I'm also hearing is that compliance is going to be something that there's going to be a focus. So, yeah, like I say, it is quite a niche, a hypothetical query. But I do just want to kind of thank the team for the work that's gone into it, the whole Rebecca and everybody. So, yeah, if there's not really an answer to that, I'm happy to leave it.
Yeah, thanks, Pippa. It's conjuring up all sorts of images that probably we don't want just before lunch at the moment, actually.
Sorry, I should have gone there.
It might be that you could pursue that question offline with somebody that has particular expertise on it.
Could Google it.
So, so somebody suggested Googling it. Right, Councillor Hills is my last question.
Kia ora. Thank you, and thank you to everyone who's worked on this for feels like 100 years. I guess for me, the questions are just on the infringement, right? So right now, how is our current bylaws enforced? If someone parked on the road or near or in our reserves, what happens to them under the current rules?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that would be another question for James. Thank you.
We're coming back to that curly question again, Councillor Hills. As is mentioned in the documentation around this particular report, there is a range of other rules and bylaws which apply to camping more generally. Unfortunately, our enforcement powers under the bylaws aren't as strong as we'd like them to be, so there's no general infringement regime under our bylaws, which makes enforcement hard. But we take the graduated enforcement approach, which has been well publicised, where we try to educate people, ask them to move on, and escalate from there.
So right now, if someone parked on my street, Freedom Camping, we can't fine them $200. But once this bylaw's in place, we could fine them $200 if we felt we needed to.
That's my understanding.
Thank you. If we voted this down completely, essentially the whole thing would lapse and we couldn't even prosecute from October.
Yeah, sorry. We can still prosecute, but again, as has been traversed previously, the prosecution process is or can be long-winded. It doesn't give us the immediate enforcement tool to discourage the camping, not to mention the expense of taking court proceedings and the likelihood of a very low fine being awarded.
Okay, I'll just ask Rebecca to comment further on that question just before you.
In your opinion, the general.
Sorry, I was just going to get Rebecca to comment further on your question, Councillor Hills.
Just to clarify, Councillor Hills.
Really poor, sorry.
No problem. In October, the current bylaws will lapse, and therefore there would be no regulation of freedom camping, and therefore nothing to prosecute under in this case. The other bylaws, such as public safety and nuisance, would still be there. The Reserves Act would still be there, but in terms of a specific freedom camping bylaw, there would be nothing, and therefore no way to take action under the current one. It would need to be replaced.
Back to you, Councillor Hills.
So, on your professional opinion. So in your opinion, the general rules, especially for streets, are actually more prohibitive than now. And even though it seems like we're giving the ability to camp everywhere, but actually the enforcement powers mean that it's not strong.
I'm not sure that I understood the question through you, Mr. Chair, but just to be clear, Council is not allowing freedom camping through this bylaw. The government has passed an act that allows freedom camping in Auckland. So what this bylaw does is actually introduce restrictions rather than allow it in the first place. That is already the case under the legislation. What the general rules do is ensure that rather anybody being able to park, for example, on your street for as long as they like in whatever vehicle they like, this would actually introduce those restrictions, such as certified self-contained vehicles, a 2-night stay. So at the moment, it is prohibited in all those places, but that is not something that can continue in a bylaw made under the Act. Hope that clarifies for you. Thank you.
So I think the answer is that this brings in more restrictions and also an infringement power to enable those restrictions to be properly enforced in a way that we haven't been able to do before.
Yes. On the 4-week turnaround, 2 weeks, sorry. Could I just have an explanation of why 2 weeks was chosen over 4? I know my 2 local boards suggested 4. and there was mixed feedback on that. Was there a strong reason why it couldn't be 4?
I think maybe it's better for me to speak because it was a panel decision, guided by the. A lot of this is around the fact that you can get really good economic benefits for local areas when you have visitors, and somebody might be in a place travelling around, but on the way back they want to stay again. And if it's 4 weeks, they can't do that, but they might really want to go back to that cafe or wherever they were going and spend some more money in that area. And it's about trying to allow, because, this freedom camping thing isn't just about stopping everything. It's actually about trying to manage the effects of a kind of a tourism, really. So we felt that at least 2 weeks gave people a chance, maybe at the beginning of the school holidays, they stayed somewhere on the way back, they could stay there again, just for 1 or 2 nights and then go. But 4 weeks seemed like it prohibited people from ever being in that place again, and it might actually take away from that economic opportunity for that community.
Thank you. And the last question, and it was based on Kaipātiki local board feedback. We were told that we couldn't consider their longer list of places such as parts of roads and outside schools. Why was that still not able to be incorporated? What I understand that the evidence was there was no evidence to do it, but could that be explained a bit, just to clarify?
Maybe Rebecca, and then if there's a legal thing.
So through you, Mr. Chair, what Kaipātiki were asking were for areas to be effectively prohibited, in particular based on certain characteristics. That would mean that there were massive numbers of areas which had those characteristics, which would all be covered by the same prohibition. In order to make a prohibition, we have to have evidence that it is a proportionate response to the problem occurring in those areas. Doing a category-based prohibition is very broad brush. It would effectively say that every area, for example, outside a shop, is subject to the same demand, the same impact, and all must be treated in the same way. So the advice that was given was that putting in place a prohibition for areas by category in that way would be unlikely to meet the tests required of us in the Act. Where individual areas do have problems, and that we had evidence that that was the case, then they could be subject to an individual prohibition or restriction as appropriate. There's also the risk of, if you're putting in restrictions based on a category, let's say, for example, outside a community facility. A lot of freedom campers are actually visitors from outside Auckland. It would be very important that they could actually determine they were in fact outside one of the sorts of places that they couldn't be. Sometimes they'll be arriving in the dark, places aren't signposted. So although sometimes hypothetically it might sound doable, in terms of practical application, huge number of areas, huge variety in the current demand for staying at those places, the kinds of impacts that would be posed, and so on. So the panel did consider the feedback from Kaipātiki Local Board and from residents as well, who may have raised similar issues. Having considered all of that, looking at the requirements under the Act, they didn't determine that they were able to proceed with such a prohibition, and that's where they've landed. I hope that provides some additional reasoning for you. Thank you.
Thank you. I notice Independent Maori Statutory Board member Glenn Wilcox, you had your hand up. Glenn, is there a comment you wanted to make in relation to that?
Oh, not in relation to that question, Your Honour. Your Worship, I just wanted to make a comment in relation to this decision that the governing body are making, if that's okay with you.
Okay, look, you're very faint, Glenn, but can I come back to you? We're just about to move into comments now, and I might recognise you first. If you can turn your volume up. There are no further questions, so we'll move to comments. And the first comment is through Glenn Wilcox. Glenn.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry. I've been involved with this Freedom Camping Act now since it first came before the Regulatory Committee under former under Des Morrison, the former councillor for Franklin. At that time, when it first came, we only saw this as this was really not an Auckland issue. This was a Queenstown Lakes problem. Since then, of course, we've had the homelessness issue. and that created a lot of issues with people camping all over the city. And then we've had the COVID issue where we had to try and get these people into places to live. And now we're facing what's basically the fuel price issue, where a lot of people now will not be travelling very far. So I think, this is a very dynamic area, this freedom camping. It's definitely hasn't been the panel's intention at all to prevent people from freedom camping, but just to control it. But as I said just then, the main thing, and I'd like councillors to remember this, is that this is a very dynamic area of New Zealand life, and it could change in another couple of years again. Just the fuel prices alone, I'm struggling to fill my own car up, let alone I'd hate to think what it's cost to fill up one of those self-contained vehicles. So I'd just like to leave that with you and thank the panel members and the other panel members and the officers that work with us. Thank you.
Kia ora, Glenn. Thank you very much, and thank you for your work on that. The next comment is Councillor Desley Simpson.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, again, I just want to say thank you to the team. It seems like we've been discussing this forever. I think it's ended up in a better place than it has been, so congratulations on that. Look, I think the key points for me is it needs careful monitoring and it needs an easy reporting function, and I took heart from what James Hassel said around that, and I look forward to working with that. The compliance and the team able to support that compliance, I think, will be key as well. So look, I just think it's better than it's been. I appreciate all the work that's been. I look forward to the ongoing monitoring, and if it needs any further tweaking in the future, so be it. But I think we absolutely need something before October, and I just thank everyone for getting us to this place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor John Watson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm also hopeful that the measures that we're approving here today will address a number of these ongoing issues. Certainly in the ward I represent, freedom camping has been a big concern for a number of years now. And in that respect, both with regards to the freedom camping in vehicles bylaw and the provisions under the Reserve Act, and not least of which is the ability to issue immediate infringements, I hope will go some way to addressing a situation that in some respects it has got worse over the last few years. So in the last few years, in a number of locations around the Hibiscus Coast and the East Coast Bays, we've had significant numbers of people turning up and either just camping for large periods of time on public reserves or in places in vehicle, not so much self-contained vehicles, but vehicles adjacent, and that's caused a real challenge for our compliance officers, but also for the council's credibility. A number of these groups that are coming up, they're not poor people. They're turning up in big SUVs with jet skis and sophisticated cooking equipment, and just really taking advantage of the area, and often it's a beach area where there's a lot of people on the go, and really just abusing the public reserve. So hopefully nipping that sort of behaviour in the bud, whether it's on a reserve or whether it's in areas covered by the general rules, will stop that, because it's undesirable. Obviously the word's getting out and people are becoming even more brazen, and it's a problem that's escalating. So let's hope some appropriate enforcement with the use of the infringement fines will go some way to stopping what is basically antisocial behaviour. In terms of the general rules, and I think particularly as it goes to appropriateness and proportionality, I know a number of other councillors certainly did question the provision that went to allowing freedom campers to stay a maximum of 2 nights in the same road or off-road parking area. We concede that the government legislation doesn't give us an option here, but in terms of appropriateness, I would have much preferred that to be 1 night. I think in terms of the reality of difficulties with compliance and enforcement, that one night would have made things very clear, you know, and the best enforcers often are members of the public, not least of which are people that may or have vehicles parking outside their house. So if it's one night and they're out by 9 a.m. in the morning, then it's very clear what the expectation is. 2 nights can easily drift into 3 or 4, and then by the time a stretched compliance team get to it in terms of their graduated policing, then, you know, someone can be there for quite some significant period of time. So I think that was really an opportunity lost to really be clear and to perhaps redress the imbalance somewhat. Overall, though, as other people have said, it is an improvement. It will come down to compliance, and I just hope that in the first instance, there's a realisation that if these sorts of transgressions aren't addressed in a fairly determined fashion, then they do spread, and that's certainly what we've witnessed in the Albany ward, and that's to the detriment of the community as a whole and to the council's reputation. So I'm looking forward to a summer season that is free of those sorts of encampments or abuses of the community that has happened in the past. So thanks to the people that have put in work to bring this to fruition. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Greg Sayers.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good work. This in 2019, I think it was, the bylaw wasn't in such hot shape as it is perhaps today, and just acknowledging the work that's gone on to get us to this point today, Worship. I'm a little bit concerned about the comments from the Independent Maori Statutory Board, because it tends to, in my mind, suggest that, fuel prices go up and different things happen. Maybe more people will turn to freedom camping as a way of living. And my understanding through this bylaw, this isn't about addressing homelessness. That's addressed through other policies of Auckland Council, but there seems to be a really unspoken item here that, this could well become people's way of life, and that concerns me that we haven't really addressed that, but we can address it going forward, because it may well become a reality, and it got alluded to today. The fact that we haven't gone, my preferred option through you, Chair, has always been the one night rather than 2 nights, and I guess just a slight disappointment. A lot of things that I'm very pleased with this bylaw, but just a disappointment around it being limited to a maximum of 2 nights rather than maximum of 1 night. Right at the start of the introduction of this item way back a few months ago, I was very keen for it to be 1 night, because it seemed a little bit more practical. But what we've heard today from my learned colleagues about why they've gone for 2 nights, I don't support that point of view. So those are my comments, Chair. I just would like to highlight to all of us and the staff included about the unintended consequences of, the price increases and the pressures on people to perhaps move to an alternative lifestyle, and that could well involve them buying vehicles that have a blue sticker and living on Auckland streets. And I think that's something that we haven't really comprehensively taken into account this time round. So those are my comments, Mayor. I hope they're helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Josephine Bartley.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to acknowledge the panel and especially Councillor Cooper for her leadership through all of this. I know in some of our regulatory committees it's been quite frustrating for her, because this is a controversial topic, and even in our committee it was hard to get consensus around some of the major issues to do with freedom camping in vehicles bylaws. So I really wanted to acknowledge her leadership here and the panel for doing this work, because I know it was a lot of hours and it's very hard to find willing councillors, IMSB members, to sit on panels with this amount of work. So I really want to acknowledge them. My comments are acknowledging the staff and thanking them for this work. And it has actually been really good to see how the 2016 pilot has been taken on board. And there were a lot of recommendations, a lot of feedback from local boards that have been taken on into consideration in coming up to what we have now. So I really want to acknowledge the staff there. The issues around enforcement, of course, are always going to be important. I mean, some local boards before had to contract their own security to carry out the enforcement in the pilot. So really taking to heart what James is saying in regards to enforcement, and in regards to the discretion that officers will use if they do come across rough sleepers and people that are homeless, because this bylaw isn't about that situation. And in terms of what we're hearing regarding fuel, people that were hard up were already doing that anyway. They would drive somewhere where their job is, and then they'd sleep in that particular area, so they didn't have to spend money on petrol to get back home to come back to work again. So it's already happening, and I'm sure they're not going to be considered as freedom campers and infringed for sleeping in their car so that they can go to work because they can't afford the petrol. I also wanted to say that we have beautiful views in our city, all around it. And so, you know, this is a good thing that we're allowing people to have a chance to appreciate and experience our city, but to do so responsibly and respecting the area. So I believe that this is going to put in place some good guidelines to help us deal with that, because some of the behaviour we're hearing is pretty bad. And yeah, the main concern in my area was just that people were safe when they were doing freedom camping, because they were parking up in some areas where we have brawls and antisocial behaviour. So yeah, thank you for this. Again, thanks to the staff.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bartley. I just want to make a couple of very brief comments before passing over to Linda Cooper in reply. Firstly, it's to add to the thanks that others have given to our elected members, to our IMSB member, and to our staff for the huge amount of work that's gone into that. The second thing is the substantive issue is how we balance not unnecessarily restricting people's freedoms. And while I haven't freedom camped in New Zealand, I spent 6 months freedom camping around other countries on my OE, and it was a great way, you know, responsibly to see countries and to get around and to do it within the means that people on restricted incomes have. But we balance that freedom of freedom camping with the freedom of other people to use those same spots, so that we're not impeding access or blocking the enjoyment of other people to those facilities, and also the requirements of the locals, so that people don't go there and behave in a way that is damaging to the enjoyment of others or to the environment. The third thing is that in reaching the recommendations that we have, we needed to comply with the Freedom Camping Act 2011. And we know that if you get this wrong, there are people on both sides of the argument that will sue you. You know, either those that want to have absolute control and restrictions on freedom camping, and those such as the Motor Caravan Association that will will seek legal action if you are overly restrictive. And we've seen councils that have been overly restrictive that have had their bylaws overturned. So what we've come up with today is something that our legal advisors believe is legally robust, that it provides the protections that we need within the Freedom Camping Act 2011. And lastly, I just want to say, not passing this would leave that vacuum where there'd be no rules around freedom camping, so we need to do this. But we also need to have access, as we will under these bylaws, to infringement fines rather than prosecutions. Prosecutions are long-winded, they're expensive, and therefore they're ineffectual. Infringements mean that we can take effective compliance action much more easily than without the bylaws that we're passing today, and that will be a big step forward. So thank you to everybody, and now I want to pass across in reply to Councillor Linda Cooper, who chaired the bylaw committee.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to offer Councillor Dalton a comment if she wanted to. If that's okay, sorry. I know it's like nearly
Angela, sorry
lunchtime.
you hadn't indicated, but if you'd like to speak, you're most welcome to.
No, and look, I just really appreciated being part of this. The experience of Councillor Cooper and IMSB member Glenn was just, it was a really good experience. I just want to say that we did spend quite a bit of time talking about compliance and about reporting back and monitoring. So just acknowledging the concerns that I've heard through this item. But no, really enjoyed it. Thanks for the experience.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. So first of all, I just want to go back to what Member Glenn said, because what I heard was the price of petrol will stop people going in vans because they won't be able to fill up a big van and drive around. So I think there's, there's two sides to this of the heavy amount of, heavy price of petrol. I think, the rails, the legal tracks we needed to stay in were access, so public access to amenities and their properties, environmental impact, and also public health and safety. So really those are the only things that we could measure that would either make something prohibited or leave it open. And that's the really important thing here. And so when we talk about disappointment, I feel disappointed that people, even after 6 years, still do not understand the Act or the parameters within which you can make a bylaw. Because this is not about you not liking something in your street. That's not part of the parameter. Some people don't like someone parking in their street and sleeping, but if they're allowed to do it, they're allowed to do it, as long as they're not breaking any of the rules. So you can't ring up and say, someone's been here for a night and I don't like it. You can't even do that when they've been 2 nights. But if they're causing an absolute nuisance and they're breaking the public safety and nuisance bylaw, of course. And we do rely on the public to report these things. So I can hardly imagine that this is going to escalate people sleeping there night after night after night, because we know our public. They'll say, this person's been there for 2 nights. I know they have because it's outside my house, and they will ring up. And what is really good is that our regulatory compliance team has said, look, we're going to go to a model that we use for noise control using contractors. That has a very, very high response rate because those people work 24 hours, whereas our compliance staff don't, so much, and we can't expect them to work all day and all night. So I think we'll have a really good response rate, but I think it behooves us as elected members to actually educate our public that this is not about not liking it in your street. It's about if it's causing a problem and they're breaking the rules. And I think it's really bad form if any elected member around this table or a local board says, oh, if you don't like it, we don't like it, we don't want it in our area. That's not okay, because that's not what we're doing here. We're actually making sure that we follow the law, which is very permissive, and by putting in the bylaw, we're putting some parameters around it that everybody wanted. And I think we've come to that middle ground where hopefully we won't get a legal challenge. Hopefully we'll have everybody slightly grumpy, but not grumpy enough to take us to court. And the people that want to camp and want to visit our region and spend money in our area can feel they can do that, and that it's reasonable. And that's why we also didn't have to get out at 8 o'clock, because if you were staying in a hotel, you wouldn't have to get out at 8 o'clock. So let's make it a holiday for people, but make sure that they follow the rules, we have good compliance, and we can put this to bed, and also make sure that we have we're not left in a position after October of people being able to sleep on your street indefinitely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cooper. That now brings us to a vote on the recommendations. So I'll do that on voices. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
To the contrary, no. I declare that carried.
Hang on, I better do it. It's on now. Hang on. Okay.
Sorry, I declare that carried unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, could you please record my vote against
B2?
B2?
To register my vote against B2.
Okay, so I heard no votes against, but I will now record the votes of Councillor Watson, Councillor Sayers and Councillor Stewart against, and Councillor Walker against its recommendation B2, is it? Okay, B2. Okay.
So does that mean they're happy to revoke the other bylaw but have nothing?
Sorry, I can't take further debate on that. Yep, there's a heckler in our audience here. Right, look, we're about to break for lunch, but I just want to acknowledge that passing this bylaw brings to an end the 5-year bylaw review program that ran from 2017 to 2022. And I want to acknowledge that those that have done this work have reviewed 21 Auckland Council bylaws to protect public health and safety, to protect the public from nuisance, to manage the shared use of our public places, and to protect our infrastructure. And in combination, this has been a massive job. So I want to acknowledge again and place formally on record my thanks to the Chair of the Regulatory Committee, Councillor Linda Cooper, and to all of our committee members who have participated in those panels, Angela most recently on the Freedom Camping bylaw. I want to acknowledge the IMSB and in particular IMSB member Glenn Wilcox, who's been an absolute Trojan in accepting that workload. And last but certainly not least, I want to acknowledge all of the staff, most particularly Auckland Council, but also our CCOs who have collaborated in these exercises, and in particular the staff from the Community and Social Policy Regulatory Practice team. This has been a fantastic job, but just to prove that the Regulatory Committee never sleeps, they've now, from March of this year, initiated their next round of reviews from 2022 to 2025. And I hope, Councillor Cooper, that you'll be there to undertake that workload and to chair it. So a big thanks to everybody that's been involved in this program, which has been to the benefit of our city. And sometimes the work of those people aren't seen, and sometimes that work is not appreciated. But this is to say that all of us around here appreciate that work and absolutely acknowledge what you've achieved. At this point, councillors, I recommend that we break for lunch. It's now 12:50, so I suggest we come back at 1:20. We still have some pretty meaty items on the agenda, and I don't want to be here till 9 o'clock tonight, so if we just take the half hour for lunch and we'll come back and we'll continue the agenda. Thank you very much. We'll resume at 1:20 p.m. Kia ora koutou. It's now 1:20, so we'll resume the meeting of the governing body, and I hope you enjoyed your lunch. And think of those in this room that will be fighting the traffic on a long weekend to get home, so if we can finish before 7:30 tonight, that will be really good. Right, we'll begin. Did I say 7:30 or was it 3:30? 3:30. We'll begin with a roll call. So, Sandra, if I can ask you just to check we've got everybody online.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Aye.
Councillor Bartley.
Present.
Councillor Casey.
Kia ora, Sandra.
Kia ora. Councillor Collins.
Kia ora, Sandra.
Kia ora. Councillor Coombe.
Kia ora, anō.
Councillor Cooper.
Aye.
Councillor Dalton.
Present, Sandra.
Thank you. Councillor Darby.
Yes.
Councillor Filipina.
Talofa.
Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Henderson.
Hello.
Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, I'm here. Thank you.
Councillor Mulholland. Councillor Newman.
Good afternoon, Sandra.
Councillor Sayers.
Sorry. Present, thank you.
Councillor Simpson.
Afternoon, Sandra.
Councillor Stewart.
Present.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
Present.
Councillor Young.
Present.
And can we just check Councillor Fletcher? Councillor Mulholland. Councillor Walker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sandra, and hopefully the councillors that weren't here will be back shortly. Right, so we come to item number 11, which relates to our increased local board decision-making responsibilities for local community services. And what this paper is endeavouring to do is provide an update on the progress of the implementation of increasing those decision-making responsibilities, a summary of the consultation feedback, and to recommend the proposed changes to the allocation of decision-making for non-regulatory activities policy and local board funding policy be approved. I might ask, if I can ask maybe as chair of the working group, Councillor Newman to move and Councillor Dalton to second. Are you both in agreement to do that, please?
That's fine.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. And welcome to the table, Claudia Weiss and Justine Joseph. And I think Justine, you're going to lead off and introduce it for us, and then we'll move to questions. Justine.
Sorry, Claudia will lead on.
Oh, Claudia, sorry.
Apologies, Your Chair.
Yep.
So kia ora koutou katoa, lovely to see you all today. So I'm just starting off, and I will hand over to Justine shortly, and also Justine is on the line. Kia ora, Justine, and welcome. So this is the last and largely procedural step in a process that started in 2017 to increase local board decision-making responsibilities for local community services. You will see in the resolutions that we are seeking to update the governing body on consultation feedback from our communities, which was largely positive. And we are also asking the governing body to approve the proposed changes to the allocation table and funding policy. And that is set out in your appendix. So just some quick notes that may also be of assistance. This approval process the background is that the decisions were made in October by the governing body, and they were subject to consultation at that time. And the consultation also included consultation on the actual allocation table and funding policy. It may also be helpful to remind the governing body that the budget for this program is already included in the annual budget, so that funding aspect has been resolved as part of that process. So before I just pass over to Justine, I would like to take the opportunity to thank everyone who has been involved in this mahi since 2017, including all the members of the Joint Governance Working Party, Chair, Councillor Newman, and all of the many teams at Council who've been involved, most notably Phil Wilson, Justine, Gary Pemberton, and of course now Justine. So thank you very much.
Cool. Thanks, Claudia. In terms of feedback we received about 120 submissions compared to the thousands we received for other items, but mostly supportive. And as Claudia mentioned, the changes to the allocation of decision-making table and the local board funding policy are just to give effect to the decisions to increase local board decision-making over local community services. Now, once these proposals are approved today, staff would start a phased implementation from the 1st of July 2022, aiming for the local board plan for local boards to make any significant changes, which then flows well into the next LTP through which we can give effect to those significant changes if there are any. The project team are also working on the multi-board service program and governance options, and also on the funding equity policy. So the governing body and the relevant future governing entity, could be the working party, we don't know, will be kept up to date on this work regularly. Local boards would also be invited to provide feedback on these items. Yep, so that's it from us today. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions. Or Justine, I don't know if you wanted to add anything.
Okay, I'll just check with Justine. Have you got anything else you'd like to add?
No, that's okay. Thank you.
That's good. And just to indicate, I've also got Phil Wilson here, who's just behind us, who's had a strong interest in this as well. So look, I'll open it up for questions. I think everybody's aware of the issues. We've workshopped and debated and discussed this. And so now this is the final step in the process. And I have a question, first of all, from Councillor Linda Cooper.
Sorry, I'm talking a bit today, Mr. Chair. My question is, look, I don't oppose this in principle, but my question is around the seemingly need to have a whole bunch of separate staff. And maybe I've got the wrong end of the stick, but it would seem to me that if you're making a report for, say, the PACE committee, then why isn't it just the same people doing that and they presenting it to the local board instead of having a whole lot of other staff assigned to doing this? Because I actually feel there's we've got sort of two groups rather than working together. Why can't we just use the staff we've got and they're just reporting to somebody different, a local board instead of a governing body committee? Why do we need to spend, was it 2 to 4 million a year on new staff? I don't understand it when we've already got advisors that could be helping the local boards if they need interpretation or anything like that, because I wouldn't have thought you need another person to then vet the report that came from the staff that are doing it. Yeah, I just don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me, and I think if we're going to do anything, we need to have good reasons why we're spending more money.
Right, shall I address that to Claudia?
So thank you very much for the question, and it's a good question because it's something that we've quite carefully thought through, and I know our teams have done a lot of work. So there's two aspects to our advisory services that we're looking into. One is we're currently in a process of seeking engagement from our teams on a proposal to enhance our core advisory services. And then as part of this GFR, if it is adopted, then that would mean we would look at engaging or adding to that team the additional competencies and capabilities needed to support the GFR. We are not looking to have, this is the GFR is the governance framework review. This is this paper that we're presenting today. So that, so sorry for the acronym. The governance framework review, we've put forward additional positions that is based on our best estimates of what the resourcing would be needed to be able to help this be put into effective action. And what we did not want to do is underestimate the potential resourcing because we want to make sure that we can deliver this well. There are likely to be potential opportunities, however, to be more efficient as we work through this. And we are also very mindful of how well we design it so that we don't have separate teams, but rather we have an integrated view of the recommendations that we're putting out to, or that we're putting forward to our elected members and the decisions that are made. Justine, I know that you have done a lot of work in this space. Are there any additional comments that you'd like to make, if I may, through the chair?
Thank you, Claudia. Yes, just to add a couple of comments that I think will be useful. Firstly, to just give the assurance that we have taken very strong messaging from earlier exchanges with the governing body around treating our resource estimates as an absolute maximum. So as Claudia said, we will be seeking to make sure that we are adding an additional resource where it is needed to meet business requirements, but not as just a baseline requirement. So we will be able to continue to give updates on that. And as we workshop with the governing body on the 1st of June, there is certainly some peak periods where the additional resource will be required. So for example, as we've discussed previously, the local board plans are a significant opportunity for us to agree with local boards the areas of focus for additional advisory work, and that's to enable that work to occur to get benefit out of the consultation with communities that occurs through the local board plan process, but also to make sure that we're getting ahead of long-term plan cycles. So there will be peak periods of demand for the resource, and we will be designing that appropriately rather than as a baseline requirement. The key point, I think, to remember is that one of the reasons we do believe we will need additional resources, it's not just redirecting advice that's currently provided to PACE to local boards instead. It's actually about helping local boards understand the opportunity to manage across their funding capacity and their service provision. So we do anticipate additional complexity in the nature of advice that we will need to provide. And because we need to make sure we understand the short, medium and long-term implications of that advice, that also means that we will be really taking a long-term view on the advice that we provide, which also adds to the complexity. So just to assure you, we will be efficient in the design of that resource, but we do recognise that the complexity of advice that will be required for local boards will be increasing.
Thank you.
Yeah, probably I'd just like to follow up on that one because, you know, there's strong reasons to do this, and there are also additional costs in doing it. So my question's really twofold. I mean, we're making decisions about the same assets, but instead of making it once before governing body, we're doing it 20 times local board, 21 times local board by local board. So that, I presume, is the major reason that we'll have more staff. But in terms of, if that is the cost of it, and the benefit is devolution and localism, but is there a benefit also in terms of improving the management of those assets by doing it at a local level? So Justine, I think, was nodding her head, or Claudia. You jump in. It's a little bit hard when we do these hybrid meetings to know who I go to.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. I will pass over to Justine to comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia, and apologies I couldn't be there in person today. Yes, absolutely. One of the benefits of this proposal is to enable us to be able to work with local boards, understand their portfolio of responsibility across local community services collectively. So as we talked about in our workshop at the beginning of June, the challenges that we have in front of us in terms of the sustainability of the community asset portfolio are challenging, and this does enable us to do work with local boards to understand how we can really importantly deliver more effectively for communities, but in a sustainable and cost-effective way through considering changes across the portfolio rather than on a service-by-service basis, as has been the approach up until now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Al-Filipaina.
Tēnā koutou katoa, just to our staff, and look, my question is in relation to number 10 on our report. So, Claudia, you mentioned something around, well, you mentioned in your opening address that the budget has been allocated. Now, can you confirm that the budget of the 2 and 2.8 million per annum, is that budget being confirmed for the 1 year or for the 3 years, please?
Thank you very much for the question, Councillor Filipina. I actually need to just seek advice from Justine on that, but I do believe it's been approved through the full 3-year programs, yes.
That's right.
Yep, and I can see Justine nodding if you can't, Alf.
Yeah, no, and just a supplementary, Your Worship, that 2 to 2.8 million, that doesn't include the resourcing of 16 to 22 FTEs, or does it?
Thank you again for the question. It does include the full, those FTEs. So it's the actual FTEs, those estimated costs of those FTEs are what has been included in the budget. So there's no additional budget expected.
Okay, it just reads resourcing of 16 to 22 FTE and 2.0 to 2.8 per annum. So that includes the 16 to 22 FTE within between 2 and 2.8 million. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes, you are correct. Thank you.
Okay, and just one last question, Your Worship. Can you just explain again why we can't do it over a year? I know there was some mention about the local board plans and the cycle that involves that, but can you just confirm why we couldn't do it over a year when, you know, we end up getting between $6 million and $8.4 million that's now, from what I've been told, is approved through the budget for 3 years?
Cool.
I'm happy to start with that, Claudia, if you like.
Right, oh, okay, Justine.
Okay, Justine, I think.
Apologies, sorry, I have a slight delay, I think. Apologies if I'm disrupting. So thank you for the question, Councillor Filipina. The resource costs that are estimated are on an ongoing basis. So this is the proposal, or giving effect to the proposal, means that we change the way we operate going forward. So the estimate that we've provided, the 16 to 22 FTE, are our estimate of the ongoing resource requirement to support the work. And as I said, through the planning cycle, that resource will vary. So we are very much working to that as a maximum. But there will be peak periods through the local board plan process and through the LTP process where we anticipate that there will be increased advice needed for local boards. At other periods that will reduce, and so we will manage that resource accordingly.
Kia ora, thank you, Bishop.
Thank you very much. Next question is Councillor Wayne Walker.
Sure. My question is around how this will actually work in practice and what level of efficiency or effectiveness or more appropriate decision making may arise. So if we assume that increasingly we have facilities that are spread across multiple local boards that go to libraries and pools and sub-regional centres and BMX venues, I can think of a whole range of them, whereby you've got different local boards involved to a greater or lesser extent in each. I would really like to know how the level of decision making works in reality and does not otherwise lead to inefficiencies, potentially conflict amongst local boards, because there's an assumption that they're going to agree on things, and I don't know what the mechanisms are around that. How they'll cope with it in their meetings, because local board engagement isn't full-time by any means on the part of many of the members. The level of complication and complexity is quite considerable. So how will this actually work in practice? And are you proposing to have some form of trial period just to see whether some aspects maybe don't work to the extent that you'd want to devolve decision making?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Walker. Before I pass over to Justine, I'd just like to make some perhaps comments on the overall vision of this. So this has been a question that we've been exploring in detail, including at an ELT level, to ensure that the recommendations put forward are achievable and effective. And we have been very mindful of that, and we have done a lot of work to make sure we can understand how the process would work and how it would work well. Fundamentally, the governing body will ultimately be responsible still for the budget allocation to local boards. And then within that budget allocation, our teams will be working with the local boards to give them advice on investment decisions and decisions around their local community assets as part of the local board work programs. Those local board work programs will be developed in unison, so that's the intensive portion of the work. And then we will continue to work with local boards to give them the advice around how they may or may not be able to make trade-off decisions within their local board investment recommendations. Justine, is there anything that you would like to add to that I may have missed?
Thank you, Claudia. Yes, I'll just respond to the question about how local boards are anticipated to make decisions together. So Justine mentioned in his summary introduction that we are continuing to do further work on multi-board services and are preparing to come back to a workshop with the Joint Governance Working Party on that item before seeking local board feedback on that for further advice to be provided to the governing body. So the important aspect, I think, to remember at the moment is that the regional policies and strategies will still very much guide the advice that we provide to local boards with regards to the provision of services and assets within their local board area, and that remains in place. As Claudia said, the areas which we will explore further will be identified with local boards through their local board plans and through their local board work programs. But the policy settings very much remain the same and will guide the advice that we provide. In terms of your question too around the capacity of local board members to participate, local board services colleagues or Phil might like to comment further, but I know that this has come up in earlier workshops and excuse me, we are of the view that the time and effort that local board members currently spend on advocacy with the governing body can be redirected to decision making in terms of local community services. So we think that the effort is already applied, it's just applied in an advocacy sense instead of in a decision making sense, which is what will change as a result of this decision. Thank you.
Okay, supplementary question. Have you done some active testing, looking at specific examples across local boards to actually work out how it works and how practical it is? So have you done some test bed work?
We have work underway at the moment to prepare for engagement with local boards through the local board plan development process at the moment. We've also prepared some scenarios, some examples, I guess, of how this will work in practice, which we have shared previously as well with governing body. So yes, we have certainly done thinking about what this will look like in practice. There's no question that the early implementation will also provide us lots of learning. So we feel well prepared, but it's not until we're actually doing this in practice that there will be additional learnings, which will mean we'll need to continue to refine this as we progress.
And just further to that, have you got some KPIs, some criteria around monitoring and management so that you are actively monitoring and managing, and against a background where maybe some of your principles might be unworkable, that you're able to make changes, because quite obviously we're interested in value for money and not achieving a situation where we're throwing money at something because of a principle that may sound fine, but the people buying the service are totally ambivalent, I would suggest. They just want as effective delivery as they can. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think as we conveyed in the governing body workshop on the 1st of June, this very importantly aligns with the direction for local community services that was adopted through the last long-term plan. So absolutely appreciate the requirement to have a really clear focus on value for money. And as Claudia described, the decision-making around funding remains with the governing body. So we believe that this enables us to work really proactively with local boards to make sure we can help provide advice that enables them to manage within those funding envelopes.
Thank you very much. Next question is in the name of Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore.
Thanks. One of my questions has already been answered, Mr. Mayor, and that was about the clustering of local boards. That's good news. Could potentially deliver some good cost savings and advantages to communities. Procurement, Claudia, how's that going to work? Is it going to be done at all local boards be given the power to do procurement at a local level for local facilities?
Thank you very much for the question, Councillor Cashmore. Justine, I might ask you to comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. That's a very good question. Thank you, Councillor Cashmore. I think that's an area that we need to explore further in terms of how we move forward. The full facilities contracts, for example, will remain in place, but provide the flexibility for us to accommodate changes that are made through local boards. In terms of the overall approach of us seeking to partner more intentionally with our communities, absolutely, that's a procurement opportunity. But again, probably the downstream effects of some of the initial advice that we need to provide. So there's certainly opportunities for us to be working far more intentionally and closely with community. We need to start with identifying those opportunities with local boards first, providing the advice about how that can work, and then making sure we've got the structures in place to ensure that's effective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Richard Hills.
Kia ora, Mayor, and thank you. And it's probably slightly my fault for presuming what the came out, but how do I follow back where the local boards individually, where their feedback is on this? Because looking over the last agenda, I was on parental leave when the original decision was made. I just can't follow what all the local boards support on this right now. Is there anywhere that I could quickly find that? Usually it would be in the agenda attachments, but I can't see that.
Or if maybe we can give a summary to Councillor Hills of the view of the local boards.
Yep.
So come to Justine for that.
Cool, we can try and do that. But the report on the 28th of October, which was that substantial report, did have a lot of feedback from the local boards. And also the feedback of the local boards on the annual plan. 7 local boards provided feedback on these proposals, and all 7 local boards supported this proposal.
Yeah, it's just the 28th. Yeah, I wasn't here on the 28th, but it only mentions the numbers of local boards, but not individually who they were. So maybe I'm just looking in the wrong place. But
we can
so
that was probably my fault, and not.
Yeah, if I can just add to that, through the report on the 28th of October, we did report that 20 of the 21 local boards supported these proposals. We can provide the fuller detail of the formal feedback that we received from local boards, but to assure you that they have formally participated in providing feedback on these proposals, and overwhelming support from local boards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Last question.
I guess my oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Councillor.
Decision, sorry, it's a real weird delay today. It's never happened like this before. So sorry about that. The The funding decisions that were they made on the 28th of October, and this is, so the structure and the way the funding made change to local boards, was that already made at that meeting, and this is just endorsing the implementation?
So the current funding envelope stays as is, but there is that additional funding policy work that is still happening. So it has been approved in principle to go ahead, but the governing body will be approached in the future months with that additional work that is happening with that additional funding policy. So it's still to happen and hopefully to be implemented through the LTP process.
Okay, I guess it was more the changes to the envelopes of future funding for each individual local board. So the current envelopes will stay as is, so that's not changing. So no local board will be funded less than what they are currently funded. It's the additional funding based on equity. That work is still happening, and it'll come back to the governing body for feedback and decisions. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think the point is that we decided to make a decision about devolution, but we also recognised there was a need to make a decision about equity of funding, one board compared to another. That involves some more complex work. It absolutely needs to be done because some boards are clearly underfunded, but we're doing that as a separate exercise. That might have been the discussion we had at the meeting that you were absent from, Councillor. Can I just throw in the last question? This is essentially about devolution in line with the principle of subsidiarity. To what extent is this consistent with the directions that were given at the time that the amalgamated so-called super city was set up, and to what extent is this consistent with views of the Local Government Commission?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I might pass this one to Justine. Thank you, Justine.
Thank you, Claudia, and thank you for the question, Chair. So absolutely it is consistent with the intentions of outlined in Legaka and consistent with the report recommendations received from the Local Government Commission as well. So that is the basis on which this work has been was first started and it has been continuing for quite some time, as Claudia described at the beginning.
Thank you very much for that. I have no other questions, and at the moment I have no requests for comments. Yes, I do. Councillor Daniel Newman is the first comment. Councillor Newman?
Oh, look, thank you, Your Worship. I just want to, if I may, acknowledge Justine and Claudia and Gary Pemberton and Phil Wilson and Gareth Stuyven and all the officers and those who have provided their consultancy to inform the work over this long marathon innings, because this is an important piece. You know, Your Worship, I think your question was absolutely appropriate, and ultimately this isn't really about what we as a governing body might consider to be an appropriate allocation. This is about seeking to give effect to what the statutory framework says around the establishment of local boards under this co-governance model for Auckland. Local boards have a statutory function and we need to give effect to that, and it's taken some time, but I think this is an important step, Your Worship. I mean, ultimately, I think in the body of the report, paragraph 23 spells it out. The proposed changes to the allocation of decision-making included giving increased decision-making to local boards by enabling them to make decisions on existing and new service assets, their specific location, design, build and fit out within the budget parameters agreed with the governing body through the local board agreement process. That is precisely what needs to happen here, and this will help to achieve that. And I do want to acknowledge the officers too, because concurrent to this, the issue of the equity funding model continues. It has been a pleasure working with officers throughout this term as chair of the Joint Governance Working Party to be able to progress this discussion. It hasn't been the easiest, it isn't the sexiest piece of work, it's probably one of the most meaningful pieces of work for me, Your Worship. And can I just say that you have asked reasonable questions throughout, and it hasn't. You've been one of the tougher critics, I think, to persuade on this, but I do acknowledge you in your support for this. As I said to a group of residents over the weekend, Your Worship, we've had the political debate around the budget. That debate is over now, from my perspective, and next week we do have to pass that budget to ensure supply, and it will have my support too, because we need to ensure supply to keep the lights on and to keep the staff employed, and that will include the staff that will be required to resource this piece of work. And it's important because ultimately I think that there are efficiencies in having those people who are part of the co-governance arrangement, who are closest to the consequences of decisions, having to take responsibility for those decisions, because I think that's an efficient model. They have a better line of sight to the operational decisions around assets and facilities than anybody else sitting around this table. So I feel that's appropriate. So thank you very much to the officers and to you, Your Worship. I actually think this is a really important piece of work, and it's a legacy outcome I think you can take some pride in. I think this will be a good outcome in terms of decision making. It will improve co-governance, and I look forward to its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. In acknowledgements to the staff and to the political leadership that's brought this forward. You're right, absolutely right, Mr. Mayor. In the setup of the Auckland Council, it's said making decisions as close to where the decisions are affected is the most important. So that subsidiarity piece is what this is about. And yes, it might come with a cost for staff advice, but I'm placing my bet is that the actual results from those localised decisions making will actually save the council money and, more importantly, have better outcomes locally. So that's why my support's for this. It's about getting those decisions and getting the flex in that decision making to allow really advanced local outcomes locally. The big budget of Auckland Council has allowed us to do bigger balance sheet things, and that's been a success of that. But going through, we have lost a little bit of that localism. This I'm seeing as a way to start putting that back and get the appropriate amount of decision making locally with the accountability that goes with it, and that's very important as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. I've got no further comments. Just, actually I have. Councillor Al Filipaina. My apologies, Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, like many around the table today, I've been part of this, the corridor since 2017. And I know in recent months I've sort of had a look at the fiscal responsibilities we have, and as a result looked at the monies that have been approved, but also looked at it as a savings from between $6 to $8.4 million, excuse me, over the 3 years. And so, Chair, I was looking at putting an amendment through, which obviously I won't be, and that's as a result of a corridor I had with Phil Wilson. I now find myself, as a result of what's just been said by Councillor Newman, but also with all the other workshops, but more importantly, the advice from Phil Wilson, I will be supporting the recommendations, because I think one of the key things, and the Deputy Mayor just mentioned it, is that even though we may have saved 6 to 8.4 million over the 3 years, what we haven't taken into account is any savings achieved by the local boards optimising their spend as well. So the team have been complimented by those who have spoken, and even yourself, Your Worship, through a lot of the meetings we have had. But again, I just want to acknowledge and say thank you to Phil Wilson, and I will be supporting the recommendations. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Chris Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am very mindful that Sandra would like us all to be brief today and succinct. So this is something that had to happen. I've been arguing for it when we went through governance reviews earlier. I welcome it. I really applaud the leadership that we've seen on it, and I'd like to thank Daniel for the careful way in which he has brought everybody together. I think it's going to result in better decision-making capabilities, efficiencies, and I think greater trust in democracy. So I think today this is a good decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the succinct comments. If I can just finish this discussion, as Councillor Newman said, I began this process with a degree of scepticism, and that was partly around the fact that it adds costs to do devolution, and it does, you know, the 2.8 million that we're setting aside, partly because I didn't want to see this as the beginning of a process that would see the re-emergence of 21 different borough councils when we had successfully amalgamated and were planning and providing services of a uniform standard across the council. And thirdly, I had concerns around assets that crossed ward lines. You might live in one ward and the asset might be just over the border, but you're not concerned about whether it's in your ward or not. You simply want to have access to the asset, which may be a swimming pool or whatever. I was equally aware that part of what we were trying to do with creating a super city was to retain a sense of localism and to ensure that local boards did have a meaningful role to play on facilities that were in their local area and were by definition local. And I think the concept that one size fits all is wrong, in the sense that our communities across the region are often different communities and with different priorities. And this allows each of those communities to determine through their local board which assets they want to sustain and which they may wish to dispose of in favour of reinvesting in another asset. And the needs and requirements of Rodney may be different, for example, to the needs and requirements of Otara Papatoetoe. So I think the concept of subsidiarity is a correct concept. I hope that the government looks more closely at subsidiarity as a way of devolving funding to Auckland Council as the council that has regional responsibilities, and that would be a good thing as well. There is an element of risk in this, but there is an element of benefit and an element of ensuring that what we're doing community by community actually is what makes sense to those particular communities. And we do have some safeguards in terms of voting the overall money that will be available to the local boards, and ensuring that in areas where there needs to be decent minimum standards right across the region, that we establish those standards. And those minimum standards are reviewable over time, and if difficulties arise out of this process of devolution, then we can look again at those minimum standards to see how they might recover the situation. So on that basis, I'll be supporting these resolutions. So the recommendations are in front of you. So I'm going to put those recommendations on the voices if there's no objection.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I had my hand up and I didn't think that you were finishing because you hadn't moved it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. No, I'm happy. Sorry, I didn't have it on my list here, but Councillor Cooper, please, if you can finish.
It was just a quick comment around the thing around opting in or not to those sub-regional type of facilities. I'd hope that we would look at that again, because I'll just give one example. For example, Te Manawa Library, right? That's accessed by at least 3 local boards. But for example, if Henderson Massey was struggling to do something there, and then Rodney and Upper Harbour said, no, our people can use it, but we're not helping you. You know, I think that there needs to be a bit of a determination. For example, if we finally got a pool in the northwest, that would be exactly the same. And I think you've got to be able to, there might need to be a determination to say, look, this has to be sub-regional because look at the catchment that you're using, that sort of thing. I think to have the ability to not opt in is kind of, it depends who gets elected. You know, I think we don't want to leave it to the flavour of a board. We need to think about the community that facility serves, not the whim of which local board. So I'd hope that you'd look at that. That's the one thing I really don't like about it. We need to determine the sub-regional stuff because it's supposed to be working with council anyway, with governing body anyway in that model. And then the governing body might say, look, we actually need a couple more to step up, and they don't have to. So I might have got the wrong end of the stick, but that's how it appears to me. If 3 communities are sharing something a lot, they need to step up. Each local board needs to step up to be part of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. There being no further speakers, I'll put those recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Those against? I declare that carried. I don't hear any voices in dissent. So I'll declare that passed unanimously. We come now to item number 12, which relates to a grant to the Auckland Returned Services Association. I'm going to ask, I think, David Burt to speak to that in just a moment, together with Justine, if she wants to make any comments. But councillors will be aware that on Anzac Day, because so many services and parades were cancelled, we significantly underspent our budget, which would normally have gone to our acknowledgement of those that had served their country and to the veterans who had returned and needed welfare assistance. Because of the peculiar nature of COVID-19, the Auckland RSA, which has regional as well as local responsibilities, was considerably underfunded in their welfare fund from the sale of poppies. It's just one of those things that happened. And the president of the RSA has made a request to us as to whether we would consider allowing the transfer of some of the unspent funds to the welfare fund for our veterans, and that sum being $25,000. It's not something that we would normally do, and it's not something that I would regard as a precedent, but the recommendations that you had in your original paper asked us to consider the request, and as chair, I've added a chair's recommendation, which you see on your screens, that we reallocate $25,000 of the Regional Events Anzac Day budget underspend in the current financial year to a one-off grant to the Auckland RSA for the purpose of supporting the welfare of Auckland veterans and their families. I may ask, actually, this would normally have gone to PACE, so I'm happy to move this and ask the chair of the PACE committee, Al Filipina, if you're happy to second that. Councillor Filipina.
Yes, Your Worship. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, David, can I ask you to speak to the paper, please?
Kia ora, councillors, and through Mr. Mayor. I think you've very adequately summed up the issue. Anzac Day was a very difficult one this year, and because of COVID, the attendance was down. The Poppy Day appeal for the RSA was also significantly down, and the Auckland RSA, as in the paper, have come to us and asked for some support for veteran welfare. And we did, as a result of COVID, we had an underspend of some $50,000. So it could be accommodated. Of course, under the financial delegation, staff don't have authority to do that because the money was appropriated for a regional Anzac event. So it's basically up to councillors to make that call. So that's, I think, is the effective summary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Justine, is there anything you want to add to that?
No, that's great. Thank you very much.
Fine. Right, so I had somebody up to ask a question. I have no questions at this stage, so shall we move to comments? Any comments? Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Your Worship. But look, I just really wanted to acknowledge Meredith Webb, David with contacting me in regards to the letter that he received. Also Warwick McNaughton, who gave a pathway in regards to where we are now, and this afternoon, Your Worship. So, look, I just wanted to acknowledge the staff that have been involved with regards to the process, and also yourself, Your Worship, for recommendation D. Kilda.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I have no other comments to make. I just want to acknowledge Councillor Filipaina's role in this and helping to facilitate what I think is an appropriate outcome. So thank you very much for that, Alf. Much appreciated. So I'll put those recommendations as amended by the Chair's recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
To the contrary, no. I declare that carried, and I think unanimously, unless somebody wanted to express their dissent. No, I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you very much to officers for that. We come now to the Eden Park Trust Board submission to the 2022-23 annual plan, and this is to consider a request for funding, quite a significant amount of funding, $6.8 million a year ongoing from Eden Park. I have a set of, I don't know whether we've got the recommendations that are on screen. They're up there, yep. In fact, they're right in front of me. Can I ask Deputy Mayor Cashmore to move that? Councillor Filipaina, would you like to second that?
Kilda.
And I'd like to now invite Peter Gudsell, our Chief Financial Officer, to speak to the paper and to the recommendations.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will work through the paper, given it was a late paper. Then myself and other staff are available for any questions that follow. Please note that this is an open session, so if there are commercially sensitive areas, I may need to be limited in my response. So the purpose of this report is to consider the request for funding received from Eden Park Trust during the annual plan 2022 consultation process. The current development funding agreement between Auckland Council and the Eden Park Trust Board concludes in June this year. And through their annual budget submission, which is, as we know, publicly available submission, that's also attached to the report. The Eden Park Trust Board have requested the $6.28 million of grant funding for the next financial year, His Worship referenced, and ongoing. This request sits outside existing grant funding processes and allows appropriate consideration within the context of Auckland Council's overall financial position. And this is a key point, as it allows consideration with a full understanding of Council's overall financial position. We know that this is challenging, with the need for preparation for ongoing gaps of 90 to 150 million. This next year is managed through the Three Waters Better Off funding, general rates increase of 3.5% and prudent use of debt. The request is based on an Ernst & Young report from 2018. This report outlines a $62.8 million 10-year maintenance refurbishment capex plan, and the $6.28 million per annum request aligns to 1/10 annually of the total identified in the plan from 2018. Eden Park Trust Board submission highlights that Eden Park will be hosting 9 matches for the upcoming FIFA Women's World Cup 2023, and states that the funding sought is critical to ensure Tamaki Makaurau maintains its reputation as a state-of-the-art modern dynamic city, as opposed to a city with failing assets. Council staff have corresponded with and met with MB, NZ Football, Tātaki, Auckland Unlimited and Eden Park. These discussions have canvassed asset condition and specific FIFA World Cup requirements, noting the request references a 2018 assessment rather than indicating any compliance or criticality items. Now, as with any large asset, fully funding depreciation and adequate capital expenditure is necessary to ensure the infrastructure is maintained to a high standard and meets delivery requirements. Funding for Eden Park Trust Board request has not been included in the annual budget 22-23, and there are no existing planned funding sources for this. Eden Park Trust Board is an independent entity, and the trust deed sets out its objects. Given key decisions for the annual budget were made on 7 June, that includes the rate levels, mentioned expenditure budgets, a decision to provide ratepayer funding for this third party would be funded through additional council debt. Staff recommend that Eden Park Trust use its existing loan capacity, and Auckland Council forgives interest payment on any additional loan drawdown until 30 June 2023, whilst the Council Group through Tātaki, Auckland Unlimited and Eden Park Trust continue to work on a single stadium operating model for the city's stadiums. This provides a short-term solution that allows Eden Park Trust Board to self-manage its own objects within its trust charter, and also allows the partnering opportunities to continue and address the medium term. If I look at recommendations, the recommendations are that the governing body agree to advise Eden Park Trust Board that their existing loan capacity with Auckland Council can be used to fund capital requirements if required, and agree and delegate all necessary powers to the Chief Executive for Auckland Council to undertake that. And the Council Group through Tātaki, Auckland Unlimited continue to work on a single stadium operating model for the city stadiums. Further recommendation C, note Council staff will engage with Eden Park Trust as required on its debt capacity limit if operating performance is impacted adversely by COVID-19. And this is written like this for a number of reasons, referring back to the 2018 annual report of Eden Park Trust Board. It mentioned that enabling 6 concerts per year as a permitted activity would underwrite Eden Park's financial viability for the next 10 years. We also know that this year they've had full houses, they've got AB All Black tests coming on. Next year there's FIFA World Cup and some concerts. In the latest annual report signed off on going concern basis, and their debt covenant certificates as at 30 April signalled no concerns. All of that is subject to COVID-19 and snap lockdowns, of course, which is why recommendation C is in there for that comfort. Further context, on 19 March 2019, Finance and Performance agreed to provide the Eden Park Trust Board with funding as follows. I'll take this all of read, you've seen this a number of times. Since the 2019 loan consolidation, I'm on paragraph 9 now, Eden Park can draw on a council loan facility of up to 54 million, and it had accessed 48.75 million as at 21 June. The current development funding agreement does end on 30th of June, does end next week, and I can confirm that is effectively fully being drawn down. In accordance with Clause D, Eden Park presented their performance highlights impact of COVID-19 to 17 March Finance and Performance Committee meeting. Council staff considered the presentation prior to that meeting, and as it signalled some financial sustainability risks, the Trust was advised that any request for future funding should be through an annual budget submission, so that it could be part of the context of the overall Council position. And in accordance with that advice, the Trust submitted a funding request to Auckland Council through a submission on the draft annual plan. And as we know, that is publicly available. I covered 12 earlier. And in 13, I've covered that it works from the Ernst & Young report from 2018. It is worth noting that a number of items in the plan have been funded through the current development funding agreement. So moving to paragraph 14, the funding request identifies a schedule of projects, although costing is not included, and you can refer to attachment A for those, which the Trust intends to address over the next 3 years. noting that it is appreciated that these cannot all be achieved and that the asset management plan is fluid over time. Eden Park Trust Board submission highlights those 9 matches with FIFA Women's World Cup that I've previously mentioned, and states that funding sought is critical, with the phrase that I've covered off earlier. 16 I have covered. 17, staff do recognise that Eden Park's asset management program has implications for asset quality now and in the future, and would further mention that FIFA requirements, minimum standards, investment levels, etc., are for Eden Park Trust Board to manage. Irrespective of any upcoming events, it is important that an ongoing solution is found and discussions continue on that basis. Financial considerations. As with many organisations, including the Council, Eden Park's post-COVID-19 financial situation is uncertain. The Council itself is in a position where it has challenging finances and has no funding in the annual plan for this request. Eden Park Trust loan facilities has an additional 5.25 million that may be drawn down, and if this was fully drawn down, Eden Park Trust would incur around 125,000 of additional interest costs. Unless the Council agreed to forgive interest payments on the loan as foreshadowed in the recommendation. Forgiving those interest payments in 22-23 would also need to be funded from additional Council borrowings. Should Eden Park Trust find the operating performance to be worse than forecast, Council staff would engage with them on the debt capacity limit as required. I've mentioned in 21 that borrowings would be required. That would also be the case if a decision was made to provide grant funding, as Eden Park Trust Board has requested. It would also have to fund the associated interest costs. It would seem to be out of step with work already underway to uncover partnering opportunities, and this is a cogent point given recommendation C from when the development funding agreement was put in place remains ongoing. There are longer term considerations that need to be in play as well. As just mentioned, the DFA was put in place for 3 years on the understanding we would jointly prepare an operational partnering proposal and seek to amend the Eden Park trustee to appropriate align the governance of Eden Park with funding. Further to this, in July 2020, the review of CCOs recommended that Tautaki Auckland Unlimited explores at the Council's direction the critical need for joint management and operation of the city's 4 stadiums with Eden Park Trust. Tautaki Auckland Unlimited and Council staff continue to progress a proposal for a single stadium operator for the city stadiums with the Eden Park Trust Board, and I do have support online there with Richard Clark if we want to have a question around any of these areas later. While progress has been made, they have not yet been concluded. And obviously the Council needs to decide how to get the best out of the stadiums that it owns, and also consider the extent to which it provides ongoing financial support to Eden Park. If I move through to Council Group impacts, just talked about paragraph 28. 29 points out that that single stadium operating model should improve the operational performance of the stadium network. And as a result, it is the view of Tautaki Auckland Unlimited that the consideration of Eden Park Trust Board's request should be limited to a 12-month horizon, or until a decision has been made on the outcome of a single stadium operating model. Local impacts and local board views talks to the process undertaken during the annual budget consultation and feedback round. 32 talks to no impact in that space. 33 talks to the financial implications of forgiving the interest payments, and 34 reiterates that debt funding is the only lever available at this point. Risks and mitigations. There is a risk that the Eden Park Trust Board may decide not to use their existing loan capacity due to a desire to maintain debt headroom. To mitigate this risk, we suggest and have recommended signalling that staff will engage with Eden Park Trust as required on its debt capacity limit if operating performance is impacted adversely by COVID-19. At the time of writing this report, engagement was still ongoing, and I can now update the governing body of what has happened since the report was finalised late Tuesday afternoon. So I'll do that now. On Tuesday night, I received an email from the CEO of Eden Park. This reiterated the need contained within their public budget submission request for funding to support infrastructure minimum standards. Their CEO indicated that the trustees were concerned they could be in breach of their duties if they took on more debt. Given this position, staff professional advice has been sought. On the first aspect, paragraph 17 has covered this item, where we recognise that asset maintenance program has implications for asset quality in the future. And I also mentioned that FIFA requirements, minimum standards, investment levels, etc., for Eden Park Trust Board to manage is within the objects of their trust charter. So I believe I have Bram or James online who can now talk to the second point of any concern that trustees might have around taking on that additional debt.
Right, do we have one of the aforesaid people online? Bram.
Kia ora, Councillors and Mayor. Yeah, just to recap quickly on those issues, the trustees of the Eden Park Trust Board are able to access borrowings under their trust deed. From what we understand, we can't see any particular solvency or that type of risk for them in borrowing more or accessing more under these facilities. The trust is obviously very highly capitalised with a very large balance sheet. So the only practical issue that they will have to address is that they've sort of got enough working capital, which is more about the level or the headroom in the facility rather than the use of a facility as such. And we've been provided with no details specifically why using an increased facility should be problematic for them, at least in the meantime, until we progress our discussions throughout the rest of this year.
Thank you very much, Bram. Have you anything further you want to add?
Yes, I'll just quickly finish off. So I'd also note the last debt covenant compliance certificate received, valid as at the end of April. The outlook was positive and there was no concerns contained within that. With regard to having a sufficient debt headroom, that was why recommendation C is part of the staff recommendation. So even given this response, which is understandable, is entirely natural and rational to prefer a grant to a loan, it is my professional advice that the recommendations remain valid. They provide a viable short-term solution while continuing work is able to happen on a medium-term solution with regard to the operational partnering. The next steps for us will be, after decisions are made by governing body, we'll communicate that back to Eden Park Trust Board and action any subsequent implementation that governing body decides upon. So, Your Worship, I'll now pass back to you for any questions.
Thank you very much for that, Peter. Look, I might just go to our Chief Executive, Jim Stabak, first, and then see if Auckland Unlimited wants to make any further comment. But Jim, your assessment of the situation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, just a couple of additional comments to those made by the CFO. By way of context around what's shaped this set of recommendations, we understood there were two primary reasons why the Eden Park Trust Board preferred a grant. One was they were reluctant to take on any additional operating expense, which would of course be interest cost, in light of the ongoing impacts of COVID-19 on their operating revenues. Our offer in that respect was to forgive interest on any amount drawn down from the existing capacity in their loan. Thereby relieving them of any additional OPEX burden as a consequence of having to proceed with the works that they believe are necessary. The second concern that we understood Eden Park Trust Board to have was that they were keen to preserve some capacity in their existing debt facility to be able to respond to unforeseen, as yet not realised, shocks that might be coming down the track. And we all understand, you know, the sorts of things that might represent those sorts of impacts. And that's, as Peter said, that's what informed what's become Recommendation C. That is, if we were to give Eden Park Trust Board an undertaking that should they draw down on the existing capacity in their loan, that is, that part of the loan that they were keen to preserve in order to be able to respond to shocks, and a shock did occur that required them to be able to access additional funding, then we would engage with them in a conversation around potentially extending the debt facility to accommodate their ability to respond to that event when it occurs. So rather than preserve the capacity for something that might happen, give them an undertaking that we would engage with them should that occur in the future. And really it's those two dimensions, that is mitigating any operating expense impact as well as preserving their ability to respond to unforeseen events that shaped our recommendation in this regard. The third thing I would say is it's an existing facility. Drawing down on that facility would mean that the debt sits with the entity making the investment in the asset that they own. That's the appropriate place for it. And additionally, it would give Eden Park Trust Board and management the ability to get on with the work activity really quickly. They wouldn't be reliant on any other kind of bureaucratic process that might get in the way of them being able to start the work quickly. So that's the set of circumstances that we understood and which shaped our recommendations for this paper.
Thank you very much, Jim. Now, I'll just come to Auckland Unlimited. I can see Nick Hill, and I've got Malcolm Laurie, and I've got Richard Clark. So is there anybody from Auckland Unlimited that would like to contribute? Nick, give you the right of first refusal.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. All I'll add to the discussion so far is to confirm that we are actively and constructively working through the single operator model with the Eden Park Trust Board, and that work will, at least to some extent, should it proceed, have a bearing on how the challenge of meeting these maintenance and serious major maintenance issues for Eden Park would be addressed under that model. So it would be premature to take a long view about what that exposure is.
Thank you very much, Nick. So look, we'll now move to questions. So I have the first question from Councillor Chris Darby.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for everybody working on this. And Mayor, I know this report had to come a little bit late because it's been prepared late with good reason. So hopefully my questions don't sound too naive. Just, Peter, I was reading the recommendation B Roman 1, and I was reading it until you explained it. I was reading it like the interest was forgiven for that period, but it continued to accrue, and then it would be due. But then I heard your explanation, and I heard that it is forgiven for that period. It doesn't accrue. It's not due for that period, and it would cost us $125,000. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Your subsequent understanding based on a better verbal explanation than a written one is correct.
Okay, that's interesting. Sorry, somebody else wanted to say something there, Mayor, I think.
No, I think we're just having a bit of trouble with the tech, Chris, so if you go ahead.
Okay, So it's an additional $125,000 cost to council. We have to take that from borrowings, additional borrowings. Peter, fundamental question for me is the Eden Park entity solvent?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and back through His Worship. I have spent some time reviewing the last 5 annual reports. Annual reports are obviously the audited position of and financial position of the entity. Each one of them requires the trust to have a going concern consideration as part of the sign-off, and they have met that well. We also have our debt covenant requirement, and they also have been meeting that. So I can't give you an answer other than the information available in front of me, but I would expect that if there was any concerns around solvency, that the trustees would bring that to council's attention, given we are the debt holder for them, and that would be required under the debt covenant agreement. So a short answer is I believe so.
Yeah, okay, we believe so. It would be good to maybe get that in writing at some point, because I remember asking the chair that question 2 years ago, and I got a very unclear answer. And I sitting over this and the liability for the council, Mayor, I think we just need to make sure that that trust has access to assets that can match its liabilities. But thank you, Mayor. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kathy Casey.
Thanks, Phil. Peter, I've got 3 questions in no particular order of importance. The first one is, can you just talk to the governing body with regard to the FIFA requirements? We've had a workshop on this, but this is now in the public arena. When Eden Park told this council that the requested funding was for critical infrastructure to make sure the matches went ahead, you tested that out in a number of ways. Could you talk to the governing body with regard to that due diligence that you did, and whether you agreed in the end with the Eden Park's critical need for funding?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. We have engaged in a number of discussions on this point. What has become clear is that this really is a discussion between Eden Park and FIFA. So the way in which the funding request is positioned is around the need for longer term assets and the criticality of that. And we've recognised that under paragraph 17. But I do believe that FIFA requirements, minimum standards, investment levels are for Eden Park Trust Board to manage itself. And it's important that really we focus on that ongoing solution and those discussions that are continuing on that point, which allow for ongoing asset maintenance decisions to be made at a network level.
So, Peter, this is a change of position for you in the advice you gave to the council the last time that this was referred to us.
I don't know if it's a change in position, Councillor. It's a position based on my understanding of discussions with the parties that I've mentioned, MBNZ Football, Tataki Auckland Unlimited and Eden Park, and it's a reflection of the need to focus on the longer term quality of assets as opposed to a particular event. Also, it is a better match to the request that has been put in based on a 2018 asset management position and the recommendations that were put in place in that time around the partnering aspect.
So when you advised the council the last time that after your due diligence that you didn't believe that FIFA had made these critical requirements, you have changed position on that. You're saying, well, you haven't changed position, you're now saying that that's as may be, but it's not for us to say.
Councillor, this is an open session and that one was confidential. I'm not able to make any comment on On compliance issues, that's outside of my remit for FIFA and Eden Park Trust Board.
Okay, my second question relates to two paragraphs. That's paragraph 19 and paragraph 33, and already Councillor Darby has mentioned it. Can you advise me if Eden Park, if this does go through and Eden Park is forgiven the interest, that we would be up for up to $125,000 and no more? That's question one.
That's a reasonably good estimate. If the entire loan was drawn down on day one, I believe I calculated it would actually be 129,000. However, the 125 is a pretty good proxy of the upper limit.
Can you then tell me where this money comes from?
Yes, there is no amount that's been set aside in the budget for this support, so it would be an increase in the debt position and the ongoing impact of that.
In Council's debt position?
That's correct.
Thank you. My third question relates to paragraph 31, and I'm truly puzzled by paragraph 31 in respect to local board input. When you say that no local board gave feedback on the Eden Park funding request, did the local boards actually know that Eden Park had made a funding request? And if so, how was that communicated to them?
I can't talk for the local board's knowledge of that space. However, all submissions are public, so the submission itself was raised in a public forum.
I'll just repeat my question, Peter. I know that Eden Park made a submission, but in the report, which is you have authored, you have said that no feedback was received from the local boards on the Eden Park funding request. And I'm asking you, how did we, the council, how did we make it known to the local boards that Eden Park were requesting regional funds that we're discussing today?
Kia ora, Councillor Casey. So the requests for funding were outlined or highlighted to the Finance and Performance Committee at your workshop on the 4th of May, at which local board chairs were present. The submissions are also been available online since that date, along with the overall regional funding report, regional feedback report, which included information on the funding requests that had been received through the submissions.
Thank you. So can I just be clear that at no stage were local boards asked particularly for their view on whether we should fund Eden Park with regional funds?
That's correct.
We didn't ask them that. Okay, thank you. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Pipaku.
Thanks, Mayor. Kia ora, Peter and team. My partai goes sort of a similar follow-on question from Councillors Darby and Casey just about the interest payments. Can you just clarify, Peter, so that interest payments, if we cover the interest and it comes off our debt, is that essentially funding OPEX through debt? Is that correct?
It is funding the debt position of Eden Park for that 1 year, and it isn't something that sits particularly nicely with our requirement in the budget to have a prudent use of debt. So it's very much a last resort, given we have no other funding options at this stage, and if we were to decide to do this, it would have to be applied to debt.
So it is classified as OPEX, using debt for OPEX.
The interest that attaches to the debt position that Eden Park would be taking on is OPEX, yes.
Yeah. So through the annual budget, we've been, you've kind of said that. So it's not what you would normally advise, that we shouldn't you know, we've gone through the annual budget and have been advised that that's not prudent to use OPEX, use debt to fund OPEX.
We have to be really careful that we have a prudent use of our debt position, that's correct, and maintain our path towards that 100% fully funding of depreciation. And within the budget documents that are being finalised for next week's adoption, we can clearly see how our appropriate use of debt in next year still maintains that funding position. But this is not something that I would normally advise. That is correct.
Thank you for that clarification. I did appreciate you walking us through the report as well. I'd like that on every report we receive. Would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. If we had
Sorry,
that
was
on
a
every
compliment,
report, we'll
Peter. It
be...
didn't come across right. It's a nice thing to be spoon-fed a report like that.
Yeah, it's not normal to do that, but it was a late report, and that's why the CFO did it. If we did it on all papers, Councillor, we'd be here till late this evening. The last question I've got is from Councillor Wayne Walker, and then we'll come to comments. Councillor Walker.
So I've just got a few questions by way of context, and it may well be that Nick Hill could assist. My understanding is that the FIFA Women's World Cup and the 9 matches in Auckland is one of the most significant sporting events we've had in Auckland, if not New Zealand, in terms of showcasing Auckland, in terms of reaching a phenomenal audience. And I just wonder what sort of economic numbers you've got around that in terms of value as it goes to brand Auckland, value as it goes to Auckland and also New Zealand. I don't need a lot, Nick, but given some of the questions that are being asked, it would be incredibly useful to get that context and to get an idea of the sort of support that Auckland Council and Auckland Unlimited would normally provide to this kind of event. Thank you.
So it is the largest event that will ever be held in New Zealand or has ever been held in New Zealand. It reaches an audience of 1.1 billion people worldwide. I don't have the direct economic impact in front of me or some of those other metrics, but it is a very significant event, and it is, you know, a critical requirement that Eden Park is central to that experience.
And just further to that, what kind of financial support or support is Auckland Council and the government giving to this event? Is Auckland Unlimited assisting? Thank you.
Yes, so Auckland Unlimited on behalf of the council group is managing the council's interface with all of the parties in Auckland. The Auckland Council is directly contributing $11 million to the delivery of the event. The New Zealand government contribution I don't have in front of me, but Richard Clark is available. And Richard, I think you might have a more detailed grasp of those numbers.
Yes, thanks, Nick. Kia ora koutou. In addition to the 11 million from Council, Auckland Unlimited is contributing 2.275 million currently in event funding, which it's important to note has been returned by New Zealand Football to go towards operational and compliance costs such as training ground developments and meeting FIFA standards. With relation to the economic benefit, the estimated GDP benefit to Auckland is $60 million from the event.
Okay, and just a supplementary question, Nick. You would expect, obviously, that businesses in Auckland will benefit significantly from this, and obviously Auckland Council will benefit through its relationships with businesses and the like. Obviously, we don't get a share of GST, but there will be obvious economic benefits to the council. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Okay, the other very quick question I've got, and that is really in instances where we have an event such as this, and the event stacks up, under normal circumstances, our support for things to do with an event or a stadium or the like would be by way of grant rather than by way of some loan. We don't normally do loans, that's my understanding. This is a relatively simple question, and I think we've traversed it before, but what's the answer to that?
Well, I'm not the right person to answer that. I think that's a question really for Peter.
I'd bring it back to these, through you, Your Worship, bring it back to the specifics of the report in front of you. With respect to Eden Park has its own requirements under its trust deed. Those are to, if we look at the high level, and I think it's really important, they're in all of their annual reports, to administer Eden Park and the trust assets on a prudent commercial basis so that Eden Park is a successfully financially autonomous community asset. And the other point is they have asked for support around their asset maintenance plan. They also have the requirement to include appropriate reserves for capital works which the trustees consider sufficient to meet the anticipated cost of repairs, refurbishment and replacement of the grandstands, building structures and other improvements and the associated plant, machinery and equipment, or otherwise desirable to achieve the objects of the trust. So this is a case of a separate entity who has the ability to manage its own space with the debt capacity which is there, and we have provided a recommendation that if further headroom is required, we will discuss that additional headroom requirement, which seems an appropriate level of support.
And the other question really, just for clarity, and Nick, you can probably answer it. Eden Park, I think, is the only venue in Auckland with the capacity for these type of matches with the kind of international criteria to meet FIFA's requirements. My understanding is that none of Auckland Unlimited stadiums would come anywhere near the requirements across a whole range of criteria. Would that be correct?
Eden Park is the only stadium in New Zealand that could host the opening match, the quarterfinal, semi-final, and some of those larger games. That is true.
And you expect to have very large crowds there, packed out?
Yes.
Okay, and my final question, and really that is, given that this is an international event, it's an event for New Zealand, is our council actively partnering with Eden Park to see if we can secure funding from government for some of the items that Eden Park is identifying? I note that one of them is COVID related, for example. There may be other things that government could see its way to support for such an event of such status for New Zealand.
Yes, we are all actively working with Eden Park to seek government support, given that this is a national event with national benefits. And we have been successful to a large degree. There still remain some issues which are referred to by Eden Park, and which Peter has outlined the council's response.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
I've got a couple of supplementaries to Councillor Walker's questions. Nick, you might be able to answer the first one. How much is the government putting into FIFA?
I'll have to pass that to Richard.
Richard? Microphone,
You're
Richard.
on mute.
Sorry, apologies. Total MB investment is 25 million, 14.2 to New Zealand Football for the operational costs, and then a further 11 million.
Now, second question is, FIFA is not just playing the Women's World Cup in Auckland, but across a number of cities and venues. So it would be fair to assume that if government was to pay money to one venue, it would need to pay it to all. So it wouldn't be just a case of supporting Auckland but not supporting Wellington, Dunedin, etc.
That's correct. They have been engaged on these conversations all around the country.
Now, next supplementary question is just to clarify. So, Auckland Council is already putting 13 million directly into supporting FIFA?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is an important question. We're not directly in communication with FIFA, of course, but and this could be either to Peter or to Nick, have we received any evidence that FIFA has indicated that the Eden Park facilities that served us so well last Saturday, except for the result, are not up to the standard for hosting this event? Don't know who wants to answer that one. Nick.
I'm happy to go, Peter, if you... So we've not had advice from FIFA that they are not up to scratch, but then their process of certifying and reaching, understanding and meeting those standards is an ongoing one.
Right, and if it wasn't up to scratch, then it could be brought up to scratch by virtue of the $5.2 million that they could draw down to pay for it. Is that correct? I'll address that to Peter.
Without knowing the scale of what that theoretical outcome might be, that's exactly what I would see happening with that debt capacity that they have. And as I mentioned, if that became challenged, we'd have challenges with them around that debt limit.
So in essence, we have no evidence that the FIFA competition being held in Auckland needs to be at risk in any way, given the answer you've just given me.
Given that answer I've just given you.
Thank you. The last question is the name of Councillor Shane Henderson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And you've actually asked a number of my questions that I had. So I've just got one more following up from one of Councillor Walker's questions, which was essentially that obviously Auckland Council receives financial benefit from the staging of this tournament. I'm not clear on what our financial benefit as a group is. So could you explain that to me, please? Because the answer was yes. So I just want to know more.
Through the level of economic activity, council will indirectly, through greater GDP generation, benefit from that. It's a tenuous argument. I think if I could spend a bit more time, I could probably give you a more specific argument than that.
That was why the answer to the question was a bit strange to me, but thank you very much. Thank you.
And I've got a supplementary to that. I presume that Eden Park itself will be a beneficiary of hosting the FIFA matches here, Nick, is that correct? They're not doing it for love.
They will receive a fee.
And that'll be a substantial fee? I don't need to know the amount. This is an open session. It's just that it's not a minor fee, is it?
It's a fee that they will have negotiated through the agreements.
And maybe just a final question. We all know that Eden Park, like ourselves, have been adversely affected by COVID, but it seems to me that there is a range of events, given the current situation that we're in, that Eden Park will be hosting through the remainder of this year and into next year that will help its financial position. Is that a fair assumption to make? Concerts and rugby matches. I think Ireland's playing there next week. They had a full house for the Blues. They've got a number of concerts there. So hopefully, or is it your assumption that post-COVID that will start to enable Eden Park to recover more funds than it's been able to in the last year?
Yeah, I mean, I think that all of that is true. The problem is what the future looks like in a pandemic world, and the trust board will quite rightly, as they have done, point out that there is risk, more so than perhaps pre the pandemic.
And that's a risk that Auckland Unlimited and Auckland Council shares in the event that should happen. Okay, I have a further question from Councillor Casey.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. It's just a follow-up to one that you asked, and it's a question of Peter, who wrote the report. and that is that under the risks section of the report, which is paragraph 35, risks and mitigations, there is no mention of the risk that the games won't go ahead. So I presume, Peter, that you are entirely confident that the stadium as it exists at the moment can meet the obligations of FIFA. Otherwise, you'd put that risk in for our edification today.
Thank you, Councillor Casey, and back through your worship. I believe that's a risk that Eden Park has the ability to manage through their debt limit and the rationale to discuss with us if it does turn out to be an issue.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the end of the questions that I have. It's now open for any comments. So the first comment is from Councillor Chris Fletcher.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that this is a sensible pathway forward, and I will be supporting the recommendations today. I find it difficult at times to navigate my way around some of the services of council by virtue of not being a chair of any committee. You don't always have access to officers that might work with you if you're a chair. And I really do want to applaud the leadership of Jim Stavek for making time to meet with me so that I could talk through the concerns that I had, because I was worried that Eden Park were asking for something that we couldn't deliver, but I also was worried that I wanted to ensure that Auckland and New Zealand's reputation would be intact. And I think what we're doing today is not what Eden Park want, but we are giving them the confidence of knowing that if some unforeseen situation should occur, that we can work together in partnership and resolve it. So I think it's a really sensible pathway forward. I could repeat a lot of the things that I've said in the past, and I know that you want us to be brief today, but this is a good outcome. I think it's a fair outcome, and I really want to thank the officers led by Jim Stavek for helping us navigate a point that we'll land in that can give comfort to Eden Park Trust Board in the event that something goes wrong. And that was the whole issue about whether they had headroom or not, but also isn't extravagant and profligate at a time when everyone is struggling. So thank you, and thank you to the officers.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fletcher. We now have Councillor John Watson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I guess the first point to make is exactly that we're not giving them what they asked for. Instead, we're offering up that they be able to use their existing loan capacity with Auckland Council. So whether they take up that offer or not, who knows? They may not, in which case there's no cost at all to council. I guess it's when we're talking about existing loan capacities and loans, I think it's worthwhile to remember that the main reason Eden Park is in its challenging financial position is because of the $40 million loan that came about from the Rugby World Cup when Auckland's 7 councils reneged on their contribution of $50 million. In fact, it was only the ARC who came up with any contribution. That seems to be conveniently forgotten over the years. Ironically enough, a number of the people making comments or asking questions today would have been in those legacy councils that reneged on that commitment. But as they say, that's ancient history, but worth bearing in mind because that's exactly why they're in the position they are now. As far as the option that's come up for us to consider, given our own parlous financial position, I agree with that. We're just not in a position to do that because of our own very real constraints. I think a couple of comments that do emerge from this, though, is number one, for a premier event, global event such as with the FIFA World Cup, if there was no Eden Park in New Zealand, there would be no event, because one of the main requirements is having at least one stadium of 50 to 60,000 people. Eden Park is the only stadium in New Zealand that has that capacity. So the comparisons to other stadiums around and having to finance them, I find a little spurious. There would be no big Rugby World Cup semi-finals and finals. There'd be no Cricket World Cup semi-finals or finals. There'd be no FIFA if it wasn't for the existence of Eden Park. And I think if we've got a failing in this as a council, it's certainly in not pushing that reality harder and more often to the government. If you look at any number of countries overseas, they have a national stadium. So if we look in Cardiff City Stadium, Aviva Stadium in Ireland, even Northern Ireland, which is a population much the same as Auckland, has its own national stadium. Eden Park is New Zealand's de facto national stadium, and it's not accurate to compare its position and its ability to attract these huge global events with Okura Park or Taranaki Stadium or some regional stadium that's the beneficiary of Eden Park being in existence. So certainly in this new council that comes up, I hope that we have a council that certainly pushes far more vigorously to the government that reality that Eden Park is New Zealand's national stadium. New Zealand is the beneficiary of Eden Park, and that there should be a consequential flow on in terms of ongoing funding to ensure that we go on to continue to attract those big and significant events. Certainly in respect of the venue as it stands at Eden Park, it really is a beneficiary to Auckland in the sense of not just that national role that it fills, but also in that community role too, in terms of the trust deed and the need for it to operate for the benefit of the people of the region. So we kind of get the best of both worlds. And let's remind ourselves that if it wasn't for Auckland cricket initially and then Auckland rugby, there would be no stadium. Those codes built the stadium, they funded it themselves, and aside from one or two relatively minor contributions in the scheme of things, the good people of Auckland and indeed New Zealand have been the beneficiaries of what amounts to a free stadium. So in amongst all the quibbling that's going on, it's perhaps worthwhile to bear that in mind. So I'll finish up, Mr. Mayor, by just saying that we've got this wonderful international event coming. It's coming to us because Eden Park's in existence. We've gone out, given our own position with a solution of sorts. It'll be up to them whether they accept it or not now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Christabi.
Thanks, Mayor. Mayor, I'll support the A and the C. Mayor, I can't support the B, Roman 1. And it's another 129,000. You know, the phrase in my mind is, here we go again. And sport really does get a massive leg up in our city, and Eden Park has had a massive leg up over a long period. And I can't help but think that, you know, this is how the America's Cup 36 unfolded. It was knock on the door again and again, and we, you know, we just keep making the offers or responding to the offers. Mayor, you know, I back the budget which creates that our loan facility, and you back that budget to create that loan facility, and I feel like I've got a really good right to say who can use our loan facility, and I just, for the life of me, cannot support a call to use that facility for this purpose. When I look at the difficulty of so many parts of our core business, you know, under stress, when I look at community houses, community coordinators, I just look across the cultural sector, I just look at the transport all over the place. You know, we've had to pare back budgets like never before, and I think to bow to this is unnecessary, and it should have all been factored in when you make your application for the FIFA event. And Mayor, I keep hearing time and time again from National Cricket Body, from other sporting entities that are using Eden Park, and I've also heard the assertion from FIFA themselves that the most expensive stadium to treat with is Eden Park, over and above the Australian stadiums. So I think there's some fundamental structural issues that have to be dealt with, and I cannot offer a dollar more. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wayne Walker.
Well, after all that, thank goodness for Eden Park. I guess that's what I would say. If we didn't have Eden Park working for the betterment of Auckland, so many of these things would not be possible. So we're incredibly fortunate that the National Stadium for New Zealand is in the best place it could be, which is in Auckland, and that we're going to be celebrating women's sport and especially women's soccer here in Auckland with phenomenal, I would suggest, economic benefits for Auckland. It's going to be wonderful for women's football at all levels, from juniors all the way through. I do not doubt that Council will also be putting effort into enhancing women's football at all levels across clubs and the like in Auckland, because there are many things that we can avail ourselves of. I remain concerned, as John Watson pointed out, that this is a national stadium, and I've said it before, this council should be leading a very comprehensive and sustained engagement with the government around Eden Park, which is our national stadium, around Auckland Museum, which has got more treasures than Te Papa, certainly in terms of Māori and Pacifica, our Auckland Philharmonia Orchestra, which is phenomenal. And where are we in terms of backing these things to the extent that we need to? And that is certainly the case in overseas cities and other cities where stadiums like Eden Park receive far more support from the government. I would say that Eden Park forecast these costs quite some time ago. They were subject to review by EY, so none of these things are surprises, and every stadium, particularly when it has an international event, should be up to the mark. Fortunately, there is some borrowing capacity, but obviously Eden Park should be prudent, and as we know, Eden Park is in a trust that acts for the benefit of Auckland. And I would suggest, as Nick Hill has emphasised on a number of occasions, we need to be measuring things by what is best for Auckland, and best for Auckland in this instance should be supporting Eden Park to every extent we can, and certainly in that instance, 125 or 129,000 is a tiny amount of money for Auckland Council to be quibbling over for such a meritorious event. So thank you, Eden Park, for presenting to us, providing us the information. It's disappointing that it's not able to be a grant, but we may be able to revisit that in the future, and I would hope so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Linda Cooper.
Sorry, actually, did Bill want to finish up? I think there's a few disappointing statements, and it doesn't surprise me. You know, we always hear from Eden Park, you know, that the Auckland Council is at risk of saying we've got failing facilities. We were reminded quite explicitly from the trustee that Eden Park Trust Board is an autonomous board. It is not owned by the people of Auckland at all. And so the responsibility for asset management falls squarely on the Eden Park Trust Board. And I would say, you know, it isn't a national stadium. If it was, the government would be falling over itself. But it's all going to go to the new Christchurch Stadium. You just watch. They're in trouble. Christchurch will get that money. But the government should be putting money into this. And we can't keep patching it up. I mean, I voted against a grant last time, and I certainly would not support it this time. Not, you know, and we say, people say, oh, 129,000 isn't much money. My local boards would love that. Every local board would love a bit more discretionary funding. You know, and for people hearing us saying throw away things like 125,000 isn't much money, that is a lot of money. And I think we're being really generous here, paying for that interest. I will support this because I think it's a really good, you know, we are supporting Eden Park so we can have this event. But I'll tell you what, not 1 cent is really going to come back to us, not to our budget. And we've just struggled for, gosh, it feels like the last 2.5 years we've been struggling with our budgets and telling people they can't have things. We've even signalled next year that we might be cutting services. But there's some people are blithely happy to just give the money away. Yeah, so I don't support that. But I also need to just rectify something when we were told that some legacy councils reneged on their responsibility to give money to Eden Park to the 2011 World Cup. Waitakere City never reneged because we never could give the money because we couldn't borrow. And we've been criticised for having a lot of borrowings when we came to this government, to this amalgamation. But also our community said no. So we said, no, we can't do it. So there was no reneging, and I don't like that those aspersions being cast on my previous council. But I think this is a really good solution, and I hope that Eden Park take it up and eat a bit of humble pie for a change. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kathy Casey.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. I'll be really short. What I would like to say to Eden Park is just to tell them to stop coming to Auckland ratepayers cap in hand. If you are a national stadium, get on a plane and go to Wellington and fight your case there. We have been very kind to you in this term of council. We've already given you almost $10 million as a gift with no strings attached. And as you heard from the Mayor today, we were already funding FIFA. We're funding FIFA to the value of $30 million in services. So we are doing you proud. We have done you proud. It has to stop. I don't want to feel guilty. If you, $125,000, put it in the PACE committee's bucket for regional funds, and you would make so many groups happy. It's, yeah, and I, like you, Linda, I resent that, you know, it's just a throwaway $125,000. We are actually doing massive amounts we can do massive amounts of good work with $125,000 across Auckland. And, you know, just on the local boards, you know, they weren't asked. And I can almost guarantee if you ask them, should we be gifting another $129,000 to Eden Park, which is effectively what this is, I think you get a resounding no, but we didn't do that. So it's a no from me for B, like Councillor Darby, so I'm very happy for you to take that separately. But yeah, I'm not feeling guilty over this, and I hate being made feel guilty by other councillors that somehow we're not doing right by Eden Park. Eden Park is not our stadium. Good on you, Linda. Eden Park is not owned by us, and we could put that $129,000 to much better use. So it's a no from me.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Daniel Newman.
Yeah, I hate discussions about Eden Park these days because it conjures up this kind of stuff, and from people, all of whom I regard as my friend, but you know, it just seems to just generate such a visceral response. I mean, if it were up to me, I'd do it in the form of a grant. I'd just write the loan off, and I know people say, why would he do that? Well, actually, there is an incredibly significant difference in the EBITDA results between this stadium and any other stadium in Auckland. It's a good stadium, and it is New Zealand's stadium, and I'm proud of it as an Aucklander, and I feel it does belong to all of us, and I'm on the side of it succeeding. So I'm, you know, Chair, I mean, look, for this this isn't the optimal outcome, but I do hope that what this is not the start of is a case of the council winding down the clock with a view to achieving an outcome through the consolidated operator model, whereby we in effect try and constrain the Eden Park Trust Board, which is my concern. Ultimately, I think we should be blind to ownership when it comes to stadia and back the one stadia in Auckland that I think is a real success, which is Eden Park.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Richard Hills.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to speak, but yeah, I do. I guess I feel like we're in a good space with Eden Park and Auckland Unlimited at the moment. It is really important that we're all working together. They did ask for substantially more than this offer from us. There are issues with FIFA that we just need to get on with. I'm not seeing the controversy, but I'm also not seeing the need for the back and forth on this issue again. And also for some, I'm supporting all three of these because it's just important that we work with them and Auckland Unlimited back this. It's not like last time, it's quite different. And FIFA will be amazing for our city, but we have already invested as well. So yeah, I think there's some odd kind of arguments happening here. But the other thing is that some comments around budget, well, it's important to vote for a budget and support a budget. And this money will come from the budget we endorse again next week. So I hope that people are thinking that way because actually this has been a very difficult time for so many facilities in our city and every bit of related work for our council. But people don't see Eden Park as some big commercial entity anyway. They see it as another community asset, in my opinion. So I think this is a reasonable under the situation, and we are working for, in my opinion, the first time really well with Eden Park and Auckland Unlimited together. And I think it's important to support this because of the relationship. That's all. I think Aucklanders expect us to. So, but some of the disappointing comments on today, just this situation again on Eden Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I just want to make a contribution. Look, I support A, B and C as a pragmatic solution to the challenges that we have in front of us. I could not possibly support and did not support last time granting tens of millions of dollars to an organisation that we neither own nor control. The request, obviously, from Eden Park is a large one, 6.28 million a year. That's 62.8 million. Let me say that slowly, 62.8 million over 10 years. We don't have that money, and if we had that money, I'm not sure that I could give preference to Eden Park over the many other sporting organisations that all have a call for more funding to help sport on the ground. I understand the problems that Eden Park has at the moment because of COVID, but Council is itself facing a pretty challenging time. We've got increasing costs and we are still dealing with lingering revenue losses from COVID. If we were to meet the request by Eden Park, we would be borrowing that money. And I do not support borrowing that money. I don't think it's fair on Eden Park to say, we don't want to borrow money because it adds to our debt, but it's okay for you to borrow money to add to the debt and put it on the ratepayer. And I'm not prepared to do that. But I am prepared to support this because I think it's a pragmatic way forward. Let me just address FIFA. I've been a strong supporter of bringing FIFA and work to bring FIFA to Auckland, and we will host FIFA here. I have seen no evidence whatsoever that FIFA, other than intends to have its opening and its semi-final match at Eden Park. And if there is a problem with any of the facilities, then we have offered the solution to Eden Park to solve that problem, withdrawing down the last of its loan and with a very concessional loan with no interest payable in the first year. What we have to do outside of this, of course, is address the underlying problem that Eden Park and indeed the other stadiums face. And we're doing that through the single operator stadium strategy, and that will hopefully be in place within a year's time. But we're not going to cut across those discussions by saying, here's 62.8 million and it's a gift from the ratepayers of Auckland to you. We need to work with Eden Park collaboratively, cooperatively, to resolve their challenges and our challenges. One of their challenges is that they have not put any money aside for depreciation of their facility. Now, we are walking over broken glass on this council to fully fund our depreciation by 2028, because we know that's what it's sensible to do, that you have to do that if you're a prudent financial manager. And Eden Park can't go on not depreciating, not fully funding its, or even partially funding its depreciation, because it knows that there are huge capital costs ahead for Eden Park. So it needs to address that, and we need to work with them in a cooperative way to make sure that we make the most of the stadium facilities that we have across Auckland. And as the reports we've had from Auckland Unlimited show, those discussions are going in a constructive and a positive direction. So we've already done a lot to help Eden Park, regardless of what some of the criticisms have been. We have a loan of $46 million to them. I don't support writing that off. Why would we write off a loan to a private organisation? It's not our money to write off, it's the Auckland ratepayers' money. But this is a sensible and a pragmatic solution. I'm very pleased to hear a range of councillors from different perspectives on Eden Park getting in behind it and supporting it. And I certainly endorse all three of the recommendations. Now, I'm not sure whether I'm closing. I think the Deputy Mayor might like to close as the mover of the resolution.
I think the Mayor's just taken my speech notes. But basically, Eden Park has a short-term problem that's annual, and we need to have that solution. And Nick talked about the single stadium operating model, and the Mayor's also mentioned it. That is potentially going to be the future. That's the decision we're going to make, hopefully before the end of this term. And that is the operating model, and then there's the capital model probably to come beyond that. So there is solutions here, and we just need to find a way through, because the one comment that has been right all the way from all sides of this debate is that Eden Park is in Auckland and it is the national stadium. And we need to find the right pathway to deliver a quality, safe and working stadium that makes as much return on capital investment as it possibly can. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cashmore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put A and C first, and then I will take B separately, because it's been indicated that there is some dissent from B. What I'm putting in front of you now, councillors, is recommendation A and C. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Aye. And
To the
B by division, Mr. Mayor?
Sorry, let me finish this vote first, please, councillor. Those opposed to A and C. So I declare A and C passed unanimously. We come now to clause B. There has been a request for a division on recommendation B, and I will ask Sandra to call the vote on that division.
Councillors, you're voting on item 13, clause B1. Mayor Goff.
Aye. Aye.
Councillor Bartley.
What?
Councillor Casey.
No.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Aye.
Councillor Collins.
For.
Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Councillor Cooper.
Aye.
Councillor Dalton.
Aye.
Councillor Darby.
Against.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Councillor Henderson.
For.
Councillor Hills.
In favour, thank you.
Was that a yes, Councillor Hills?
In favour.
I'm so sorry, I don't know what's wrong with my computer today. That's a yes.
Thank you. Councillor Mulholland.
For.
Councillor Newman.
In favour.
Councillor Sayers.
Abstain.
Councillor Simpson.
For.
Councillor Stewart.
For.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson.
For.
Councillor Young.
For.
That's carried 18 votes to 2 with 1 abstention.
So I will declare that recommendation B passed and recommendations A to C passed. Thank you very much, councillors, for your contribution on that issue. We now come to item number 13, a summary of the governing body information memoranda. Councillor Cooper will move that. Councillor Young will second that. Are there any questions? Are there any comments? If not, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
Aye.
I declare that carried. Item number 14 is consideration of extraordinary business. There is no extraordinary business. And I now come to a procedural motion to exclude the public from a confidential item C1 on the basis that this report identifies land that the council seeks to acquire for open space purposes. I'll move that way. The Deputy Mayor will second. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. Now, councillors, we move to a different link. So I'll ask you to come out of this link and to move to the next, and we will resume for the last item on the agenda at 5:35. That gives you 3 minutes, quick enough for a pit stop and a cup of coffee. Cheers. I thought I said 3 minutes.